Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is March 18th, 2025. We had some technical difficulties there at the top. Thank you for your patience. Maybe we got an extra stream notification. Maybe you unsubscribed. I'm so sorry. If that's the case, you're not watching this. I shouldn't be apologizing to you. So I want to be streaming in 1440p, which is slightly higher quality. For those who noticed, the last couple streams and last couple videos I put up on the Crash Base, the sister channel, have all been in 1440p, which is like a fun workflow and it looks nice and it's great. However, we dual stream, so we stream here on Twitch and here onto YouTube. Apparently, because the technical issues that just happened, Restream bot is down on the stream. So if you're watching on Twitch and chat is silent, apologies. It is because it's just busted. It's a really hard thing to fix halfway through. But the short of the long is, the way that I do my streaming routing, oh, we're gonna have slightly more delay on YouTube as well. I think I forgot to change that in the stream settings. I think we have slightly more chat delay. Yeah, we're on low latency, not ultra low. Let's see how bad that is. The short of the long is the server I pay for that does rerouting my restreaming stuff cannot take the bandwidth I was sending it. And so it crashed out real hard. We'll fix it for the future. I don't know. There's a chance like maybe at some point Twitch won't exist anymore. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. I'll just figure out a better way to do it. But yeah, it's a pain for sure. How's everyone doing? That was a short one. Another stream. Carrie, how you doing? Seems so gay. Hey, how's it going? Looks like we are back up. Glad the stream is now ShipShip. Very funny comment. Game of Troyes. How you doing? Ava Wavioli, ship it. How you doing? In elevation, shipment is getting buff when you check out. Carrie, I don't get it. Wait, what is it? What am I missing? Shipment is getting buff when you check out. How's everyone doing? It's been a busy weekend. We have a lot of stuff. Here at the beginning of the stream, we're going to talk about some stuff and we're going to play some Netrunner. I think today we just want to play some like good old fashioned standard Netrunner. Maybe, play some of the identities that I think are going to change pretty significantly after rotation. If you're not plugged in, mind you, Elevation comes out in about like 40 days. It's really close. Like April 24th is about a month away from now. So we don't have that much time left with a bunch of the FFG cards. And so there's a whole bunch of decks that came up recently that won districts and stuff like that. We had an online district this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. There's a bunch of in-person play. So people are posting their decks and some of them look quite interesting, as much as a lot of it is just like, oh, let's have a good excuse to play sports metal or border control, all that sort of stuff. I'll be running the Toulouse District Championship this weekend. Gaylard, good luck, have fun. Hopefully it's gonna be good. Hey Rohit, how's it going? Hey, I wanted to mention this because I got to play Hand and Brain for the first time this weekend, which from my understanding is a Rohit thing that I've mostly heard from. I'll explain that in a second, Rohit, but I don't have the document that I know you made. I don't know if that's something that you want to share or you want to not talk about, but let me know. Afiel, how's it going? How you doing? Welcome to stream. Apologies, the joke sounds better in my head. That's okay, Carrie. That happens all the time around here for sure. Irish District venue locked in. No way. Cool. When is that? Oh yeah, there is a chat delay here, huh? That's annoying. Very excited to hear your thoughts. Feel free to share the doc. Okay, Rohit, the problem is I don't have the doc, so I'll be able to share the doc in the near future. What's going on with the chat? Things are weird. End of the month. Okay, cool. I don't know what's going on. Is chat just going to be weird today? Because this chat isn't refreshing. Give me 1 second. Okay, now it seems like it's good. I think I had the problem I had on one of those Crash Space streams where chat just didn't continue to post itself and I felt very alone. It's at the end of the month. Okay, very, very cool. So this weekend, I've been hearing from some friends that there was a new format that was getting played in casual Netrunner space in largely in like New Jersey, New York area, and it's called Hand and Brain, which is not a new idea. This has existed before. For those who know the chess space, you might have heard of this before, and it's like this kind of meme format in which one player plays the hand role and one player plays the brain role. Here's Robert Hess and the streamer Smash Bros player Ludwig. The idea is that what the brain does, these two players are playing on the same team, and what the brain does is it calls a piece out. So it'll just say like pawn. Or I don't know if it says a specific pawn. Maybe it says queen. There's only one of those, but it's you. Yeah, right. But you'll say queen, and then it's up to the hand to touch the queen and make a move with it. What is the move? I don't know. That's obviously where this gets really interesting. So the idea is that it becomes a cooperative game of Netrunner in which two people are playing together. However, the hand and brain cannot communicate. They cannot ask any further questions. So the idea is if the hand says install a card, it's up, sorry, if the brain says install a card, it's up for the hand to decide, are they going to install an ice from hand? Are they going to install an upgrade, an agenda? What are they going to do with it? So the short or long, it looks like I got this through Discord. Let me share it. When they say pawn, it can be any pawn. Okay, cool. Krajuki, how's it going? Okay, they don't say like pawn on B2 or whatever. They just say pawn and they have to move a pawn. Okay, just let me grab this really quickly. Discord's not open. There is a document. I'm pretty sure the rules are going to change up to some extent over time. I think the rules that I played this weekend, we got to play only one game of this because we ran out of time. The rules were relatively simple. The idea is that whoever's playing the brain player, the only thing that they could do was basically say the basic actions. So if you want to say run, say that you're playing the runner hand and brain, you just say make a run. You don't say what server. And then it's up to the hand to figure out what server they're going to run and at what cost. If you want to say play an event, that's all you can say. So then the runner can decide to play Sure Gamble or can play the jailbreak. Again, if the event makes a run, that's up to the runner, the hand runner, to figure it out. On the corp side, you just say install a card. You say draw a card, advance a card. You basically just entirely say the basic actions. Now, the only thing that the brain can also do is that they can res cards as long as it's outside of a run and use basic abilities, or sorry, abilities on cards. So for instance, if the brain tells me as the hand, install a card and I install a Spin Doctor, the hand can't res the Spin Doctor. The brain has to say res a Spin Doctor and then you can res a Spin Doctor. So again, you're working together. Now, this mentality shifts entirely when you're during a run. During a run, the brain has no choices anymore. So when you have to decide to res and make actions and choices and use icebreakers and paid abilities all during a run, so resing defensive upgrades, popping Spin Doctor, spending money, breaking, or resing ice, that is all done by both players' hands. So the brain will just say make a run, but once the run initiates, all abilities are decided by the hands until between actions, it goes back to the brain space. Watching Hand and Brain Asa was so funny. Hey Laura, how's it going? I have no doubt there's some really fun decks. I think Asa Group is a very interesting one too, because you say install and technically that's double install. I think this document says, or at least the first version of this document I said, and shout out to Rahit for putting this together, that the brain would actually say which cards to Asa install. I think the way that we played it, we didn't play Asa, I kind of like it that the brain just says the basic action and then the hand has to struggle with that information. So I don't know if this document says that Asa installs both cards, says like install this, then install this, or just says install. I think I'd rather it where the brain says install and then the hand decides whether to Asa install, but that might be wrong. I need to read through this. It's really cool. Picked a good time to pop in the stream. HB is sick as hell. HMB is sick in hell. Hey D, yeah. So this weekend we got to play a game. We had one game time. We had game time for one game. Mind you, we started a bit late and it was about an 80-minute game. And my partner, my brain, was Rotom Appliance, Patrick, world champion. And we were playing Precision Design, which is exactly the deck that not only does he have his face in the deck to some extent on Onsell 1.0, is what he won worlds with. So I was like pretty intimidated. I was like, you can definitely be the brain. And then so sitting there being like, when Rotom tells you install a card, and then I'm trying to figure out, does he want me to ice HQ or build a remote server? Or does he want me to ice R&D against Sable? Like, it was really cool because clearly you have a really smart brain attached to you, and then as the hand, you're trying not to mess up. Notably, some interesting interactions came up that were kind of organic, and I've heard that this happens all the time when you play Hand and Brain. For instance, like, because you can't communicate with each other, sometimes you try and strong arm one another into certain plays. So near the end of the game, we had a Tranquility home grid in the remote server, and we were on 6 points. And Tranquility Home Grid says the first time you install a card, you can either gain 2 credits or draw a card. And we have a remote server that was pretty good, and we had a off-world office in hand, but I also knew in the deck there were 2 copies of, Project Iqua left, of 5/3. And if we could draw the Project Iqua, we could probably do install advance, and we had 2 seamlesses in our hand, so we could get away with just about everything, and score at the Iqua and go to 7. I wanted to draw with the Tranquility, but I think Rotom just wants to score out the off-world office to get it out of hand. I think they're both legitimate lines. If I draw with the Tranquility home grid and don't get the Iqua, we have to install the agenda anyways, the off-world in hand. And so for instance, I was pretty sure what Patrick wanted me to do is install the 4/2 on top of the Tranquility, advance it once and like ice up something. So he says first action, install. And instead of installing the Tranquility, I install an extra copy of Anoetic Void. And I do this on purpose because I want to maybe have him consider drawing a card, but he doesn't. He says, I'm going to gain 2 credits because he decides the triggers on the Tranquility because it is not during a run. And I'm like, shit. And he's like, install again. And now at this point, I'm forced to put the agenda in. But I've heard stories of other players who are like playing Asa Group and they want to, you know, force you to install an agenda or not install an agenda. So they're like, you know, building weird board states and situations in which the hand can sort of communicate with the brain, but in this way that's kind of like playing like one of those secret team games like Tarok or I think Bridge. It's really, really, really cool. Had a fun time. Our opponents, mind you, was D and Cat, and they were playing like a run-based Sable, and they were up 4 points pretty quickly. They were just absolutely crushing us, and it's really fun to see the two of them kind of argue. I was talking a bit of shit in chat, which was pretty fun in voice chat, but it was a really close and really fun game. Now, do it in Mirror Morph. Oh my god, Mirror Morph would be so fun. How's it going? Nice, more often. There's a lot of, I think, identities that would make this more interesting than others, right? Like, I think if you play Near Earth Hub, maybe that's not the most exciting because you just do install a card, install a card, install a card. Yeah, for what it's worth, the hand has more choices. But it's really cool that you're not sure exactly what your opponent is going to do, and you have to play with that in mind. A really fun thing came up where we fired an accelerated diagnostics. No, what's it called? Architect deployment test, the other ADT. And we saw the top of 5 cards of the deck, and there was an agenda like 4 cards down. And then when it was basically the second card on top of R&D, our runners run R&D, and they're about to access maybe 2 or 3 cards of Turning Wheel. And it's up to like Patrick to hope that I remember that there's an agenda there so I can shuffle the Spin Doctor on the table. And I'm trying to do my best to pretend I don't remember it's there just to stress him out for fun. It was really, really, really quite cool. Had a great time. Would definitely do it again. Yo, Team Gav, how's it going? By the way, I need to respond to your comment. I want to be very clear that I think Steve, let alone Banhar Steve, is one of my favorite decks of the last meta. I don't think I did Steve Erasure in the last video with Criminal leaving, because I do miss Steve a lot. Hand and Brain Op? Surge? Yeah, Hand and Brain Op. Chris, how's it going? It's going to be a lot of fun. I think there's certain ideas where you're more interesting than others. But the thing is, like, if it's during a run and you fire like a border control, technically it's the hand who makes the decision, which is like really, really cool. And another reason why I bring this up, it's one thing for it to be entertaining and fun and a nice way to hang out with 4 players playing a Netrunner game, but I genuinely think this is a really good way to learn the game and push yourself forward in terms of a teaching method. It's probably not the best teaching method, like this is what I wouldn't do on like day 1, but I would highly recommend it because I basically got to play a Rotom PD game, and then I got to see like also Rotom did things that I wouldn't do that I was like, holy shit, I wouldn't have done that, and that turned out to be a lot better. Like for instance, somewhere in the mid game, what's it called, an Architect deployment test fired, and I think I would have just like iced up R&D, but instead Patrick just took a border control and put it in front of HQ, which HQ was already pretty protected, but there's still two diversions out of the game, and it seemed like the right play. Like it seemed really, really good. And then in hindsight, I was like, well, that was definitely the play. And getting to see that play firsthand with the exact same information that your teammate had to make that decision and see a better decision than you would have made is like 10 out of 10. It was genuinely quite cool. Would definitely do it again. That's a type. What's the grid? Brennan, how's it going? Cat and I are in a great combo because bickering is a strong part of our dynamic. Yes, and for what it's worth, you're not exactly allowed to bicker. I think the chat is like compressed. Hold on, why is it like that? Yeah, I think some people will make better teams than others. I think bickering is like actually really kind of fun, but also if you understand your teammates' vibes and how they play, it does help you a heck of a lot. Was the Hand and Bring game recorded? Would love to watch it. Oscar, how's it going? No, it wasn't. There's a chance in the future we might consider recording games like that and putting them up because they're quite fun, but we just wanted to hang out and see what things look like. Very funny too. There was like a miscommunication. Kat was like, we should play a game. Like you could play with Patrick. And I was convinced it was like Rotom Appliance. And it turns out that they thought maybe it was Patrick Sklar, local Patrick, but it fell apart. Yo, read The Last Surveyor? I will. Ooh. Hey, CBeast, how's it going? Handbrain World Tree Woo versus CI7. 200 card deck. Ren, how's it going? Part of the reason the advanced rules are slightly more complicated is to allow you to play identities like NEH and keep them interesting for the brain. Oh, okay, cool. I need to read the whole document. Mind you, I will share this in chat or in the YouTube comments, but I cannot recommend this mode enough. Even if you just go to casuals and you have 4 people, like it doesn't matter if you're not good at the game, but 2 people playing the same side together is just really fun, especially if you know each other enough to like make fun of each other. Because you're not allowed to talk about the decisions. People can be like, I wouldn't have done that, which is like, it's fine. It's not a competitive format, but it was like really, really quite cool. I recommend this a lot. It's a lot of fun. What if the hand makes the bad play though? That's fine. That's the point. PMK, how you doing? We have to end up with 3 people at locals. This seems like a fun way to incorporate a third wheel. Yeah, I think if you have 3 people too, like the hand and brain team is probably worse on average than just a normal like 1-person track, but it's fun. It was stressful too, which I thought was really cool to be like, oh my god, it's turn 1 and Rotom wants me to install a card. I hope I don't mess this up right away. It's really kind of goofy. This does look like, hey Saber, how's it going? It's really, really good. My hand last click fully opt and overdrew 4 cards twice. But Jai, they're trying to send you a message. They're trying to make you discard cards. The hand can never make a bad play. It's the brain that tells them what to do, right? /S. Yeah, that's the thing. That's exactly the thing. Hey, Sandarin, how's it going? Yes, I have heard. You've been told already, but comment bot is not working. Yeah, we had some technical difficulties, so Restream bot is down, which is definitely not great. I can't highlight any of the Twitch comments on the UI anymore. Hopefully you're doing well, but it is broken, and it's not something I can fix really easily. We had some like pretty big technical difficulties because we were trying to stream in 1440p, and it just totally crashed out. Seb seems like it'd be interesting. There's a lot of interplay of taking tags inside and out of runs. Oh yeah, Seb would actually be a really cool candidate. The thing though with Seb, all right, I gotta not click on it. The thing with Seb too is if you use Seb's cards, like you do if you're not during a run, you know, the hand gets to decide how to use the Aquaceris Cruise. But if you're just sitting on the table with friend of a friend, it's technically the brain that will be like fire friend of a friend. What's funny is they don't say which ability if I'm not mistaken, but in context, only one of these makes sense. Yeah, only if you're not tagged. Yo, Kolava, Rotom had mentioned to me in chess that higher ELO players usually hand. Oh, Rohit did. Ob would wind up fun. The track triggers are surprisingly evenly split between hand and brain with who got to fire them. The higher EL player is usually hand. Okay, so we did it the backwards. I think backwards is maybe more fun. I could see both of them being fun because one of them is like a better player trying to make the best of your terrible calls. And the other is like you trying to do exactly what the smarter player is trying to do, which I think they're both kind of different, interestingly things. I'll never play this. I didn't need to disappoint someone other than myself in my local. It is annoying. It is annoying how like immediately I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna embarrass myself. But it turned out fine. I think everyone had a great time. Even if you make a bad play, you can argue why it is and like get upset at your friend, which is like still good fun somehow. Don't bite the hand that clicks for you. We were joking too as a corporation. It was like, if we don't know what to do, just click for draw because there's no way your hand can mess up click for draw. And then class act shows up. And luckily it's the brain that gets to do class act as well as say to draw. Hey, Lucille, I'm late due to the course of time zones once again. Welcome back. We have a couple days. Yeah, this is weird and compressed, isn't it? I feel like this should be wider than that. Hold on. Chat pop up. Is that just how it be? Is that just how we be? I guess that's how it is. That looks strange to me. Maybe it's not. How you doing, by the way? I've done both sides and I find them both equally able to screw the other over. Yeah, I wonder if you get like maliciously speedrun failure. When playing with Cat on the Ismari, they were glaring at me. Oh, Ismari's another fun one because who's in charge of the call? I would assume the brain is because it's not between things, but the hand has to take the trigger. Because if the hand misses the trigger, well, like you shouldn't be missing the trigger as you are, but that sounds really funny. I could see different people's personalities or playstyles come out on different sides, yes. And it's a really cool way to also understand how somebody else plays the game or looks at the game, right? Like you might not be decoding their messages properly, but it is like genuinely cool. And for what it's worth, starting with PD was like pretty straightforward. I've watched a fair bit of Rotom play PD and like PD is, you know, it's not super flashy, it's fundamentals based. But like, you know, just getting that insurance to be like, yeah, that's what I would have done. And then we did the thing anyways. It's good. It's really, really good. Any luck on getting a second opinion on the tarot reading? Is this from last night? I think the idea in chess that if you're trying to win, you want to have the better player be the hand since they can somewhat compensate for mistakes. Yes. That's what I imagine for Netrunner too, is if, well, Netrunner is a bit harder because if they say like install a card and you only have one option and it's a bad play, like you still have to do it, but at least you can put it like not on archives or whatever, I guess. But I think it's interesting on both sides, no matter what the dynamic is. But maybe there's some self-balancing there for sure, if you think one team's better than the other. It's just a weird and compressed kind of gal. Better player on brain is more entertainment value. Yeah, I think so. Cannot be held responsible for anything said during a 2 a.m. neon static. I have very few memories of last night. Blackout wake up with 200 beans. Play Masterwork and Q-Loop. The hand is in control now. Yes, actually, you're totally in control. You get to fire class act on your own. You got to do everything as long as you're running. So you do admittedly kind of like take away the game from the game, which you need to avoid doing. But it's a really cool format. I've no doubt you'll probably see it on the channel. I can't recommend it enough. Shout out to Rahit to put this article together. Again, I haven't read this latest document of it. It should change. You can make your own rules. You don't have to stick by this, but the short of the long is, yeah, conditional abilities, you have to figure out what you want to do with that. But it was really, really, really quite fun. I would definitely do it again. All right. Does it look as weird as the Métropole K? Honestly, it's showing up a lot more than Métropole K in other things because the same like branding. Oh, I clicked on that. That's fine. The same branding is showing up on like Crash Space, and I'm getting used to it. That's for sure. Hey, Wilson, how's it going? Can confirm on entertainment value. Braining for Ace every time I called click I installed. I could hear my hand's body temperature rising in real time. Yeah, that sounds about right. Wait, this chat also seems compressed. No, that's normal. Okay. Let's catch up on some stuff that went on this weekend. We'll just do some new stuff until we finally get to gameplay. You know how it is around here. And so I just have some tabs up. Some of these are self-promotional to some extent, but like, what else am I going to do? Hey, Tack, how's it going? Congrats on the decklist of the week, huh? So firstly, we did the stream. I wanted to do this for months on the Crash Space Grid. If you're not familiar, the Crash Space Grid is the side channel. Classically, we've been doing like a stream every Friday afternoon around 2 or 3 Eastern, just to do either like some tabletop board game stuff, usually Marvel Champions, or a video game or a board game. So I did a teach and an explanation of this game Daybreak, which came out last year. It won a bunch of awards. It was a highly acclaimed game that's on a lot of people's best of the year list. And I think mechanically the game is very underwhelming, and this whole video explains why it is. It's a bit I don't know, I'm pretty facetious through all of it. We end up playing 2 games. One of the games is 2 turns, and that's kind of, I think, the issue with a lot of the mechanics of the game, but I can't recommend this video enough. It's, I think, kind of interesting. If you want to know more about Daybreak, we teach the game, we show how it works, and if you have any feedback where you really love Daybreak, I think this is an important and very cool game. I just think the mechanic side of the game, which is only for what it's worth one part of the pie graph of what a board game is, that definitely not great at all. Is that the girl who can access one more card when you didn't break any subroutines during a round? Shirt? Yeah, this is Mercury. This is a drawing by Flora Facci, which was a gift from these were a part of the Fly to EMEA fundraising tournament series as of last year, and we spilled coffee. We streamed a couple of them, and this was a gift I picked up at Worlds from Etienne, who gave a shirt to be like, thank you for supporting the streams. It's really cool. Someone needs to stop Mr. Surveyor. If he wins any more tournaments, he's not going to have time to write any more articles. I need to check what happened, but I know Kikai, I'm going to play Kikai's deck today, which is just like Kikai's claiming the best deck in the meta, and it's just a really good op deck that seems to be optimized, and I'm happy to play it. So that's really, really cool. You save me a lot of time from having to learn about Daybreak. Yeah, it's like, it's all over the place. It's interesting. Next up, this came up yesterday. This is just a video. I've been putting up gameplay videos of Marvel Champions. These are fun. I really like this game. It's easy to sit down. The editing takes not very long, and I have card pop-ups so you can follow the game. What I'm realizing from this is Marvel Champions is a solo or cooperative game where you play against the villain, which is an AI. And what I realized is like rules mistakes happen. And this is like really, really, really painful. And I need to figure out what to do with this, because every once in a while, if there's a mistake or I misspoke, I'll put like a comment over this. That's no different than a tournament play or a stream, you know, that happens. But what I'm finding is that there's so much going on when it comes to recording and playing the game and like pulling up the cards, is that things get missed. I know I've watched other people play Marvel Champions online because there's people that stream it, and like every once in a while something goes wrong, and I don't know whether people are super critical about it, but I'm editing the next video, and as soon as turn 1 I make like a rules error that technically means I didn't play, you know, the scenario the way that it was printed, and I made it easier on accident for myself. And it's just such a bummer to feel like I spent so much effort putting this and recording this, and then one rules mistake makes the video worthless. I don't think that's the case. If you have any opinions about that, but like I feel bad putting out a video where in the first minute there's a rules error that's like definitely beneficial for me. And it just like, it's just the way that people end up playing these sort of games. It's just the reality of the matter. But yeah, I'm trying to make Marvel Champions look approachable in terms of like showing all the cards and stuff. So I only played Daybreak once, but we won in either 4 or 5 rounds, and it seemed like encouraged cooperative thinking and balancing short-term improvement with building an engine. What was your issue with mechanics? So my issue with the Daybreak mechanics, and I've mostly played solo or 2-player, is that you should win the game in 2 or 3 turns. Generally 2 turns is optimal, and which means that in a system that seems like it is an engine builder, it really does not make any sense to engine build, because one of the best things you can do is decrease your emissions and your dirty energy as soon as possible at all costs, incredibly myopically. Because the temperature bands and the crisis cards scale about how many temperature bands, just not getting obviously 2 bands on round 1, let alone 1 bound on round 1, is the easiest thing you can do. And because of that, a lot of the cards are just not worth interacting with. Like resiliencies don't really matter. Reducing community crises don't really matter. Generating clean energy for what it's worth doesn't matter that much, because you can just rush it down at all costs. The engines just don't make a lot of sense when the game is 2, let alone 3 turns. Like, a really simple setup here, as you might know, with clean electricity plants, I could tuck a card behind this, and then I could spend another card to generate 4 energy, and technically I've spent 2 cards to make 2 energy, which is the same if I didn't tuck a card behind it. And because the game is 2 or 3 turns, there's actually a lot of cases where tucking cards behind cards just doesn't math out really well. Yeah, there's a lot of the systems you just ignore. Like, this is just an awful card. There's just so many cards that are just bad when you look at the game as being 2 or 3 turns long. Like, a lot of engine building doesn't make sense. That's my short of my long. I watched Blotcher Grid. I've only had time to get halfway through your Daybreak video. Is the mechanical struggle an accident or intentional commentary on climate change? It's hard to tell, Ren. I wasn't sure if it's going to be the moral of it all. It's really hard to tell. I don't think it is a commentary in some ways. Yeah, that chat looks really strange. I need to look in that. Because the response to climate change being about doing everything myopically now without any concern for the future seems to be the opposite of what a lot of the intention is around, you know, what people consider climate control and like dealing with the fact that we are dealing with a crisis, right? Like, you'd assume it wouldn't be like that, but it just plays out like that. It's like, ignore half of the things, just do everything you can now at any cost. And I just really doubt that that's the moral that we want to get across. Rules errors in solo games are par for the course. I wouldn't worry about it. I appreciate that, Lucille. I'm really stressed about it. You're streaming other games now. How much do I have to donate to get a Metropole Grid Bellotro stream? It probably will happen. Like, I haven't played Bellotro and it feels like about a year, and I'm not great at it. So maybe we can boot up a clean account this Friday and do it. If you want to drop by Cranked, I'd be happy to do it. I know a lot of people are like Bellotro hyped. I'm like on the plus side of Bellotro. I'm not like a Bellotro super fan. I'm like, oh yeah, I played a lot of Bellotro. It was cool, but I haven't felt a real reason to go back to it besides like all the conversation on like Neon Static videos and live streams, and people are really excited about it. So I would maybe consider that. Rules errors are so normal. I got Essex County Express so wrong the first time I wasn't even recording it. Yeah, but that's the difference. Like, you assume there'd be a higher quality of standard when you are recording it, let alone editing it and making a thumbnail. Like, that's the issue that I'm running into. It's like, it feels like it should be of a perfect gameplay. It's like, why are you showing something that's not perfect online? I would watch Bellotro Grid. Hey, Eric, I'm still catching up for another few minutes, but please don't hold the video back because you realize you made a rules mistake. An overlay correction is great, and worst case, a comment or YouTube correction is plenty. Yeah, that's probably, like, it's just, it hurts. It just emotionally hurts so bad to be like, oh, we're like 30 seconds in and then I feel like this video is useless, but that's probably not the case. I suppose maybe we just didn't draw cards that allowed us to reduce emissions that quickly. I feel like in most of my games, like the average game length for a 2-player game in Daybreak from my tracking has been like 3 turns. And that's because I play in a certain style that seems to be optimal. It works on higher difficulties, and it just consistently works. And all you do is bring numbers down. I've never used this Climate Nature Service card because it's garbage. I have never used any of these dice rolling events because they don't make any sense. Like, there's just a lot of things that don't make sense in the engine. I think the problem what makes this game harder is people play it like an engine builder, and so they set up like their columns so that this will pay off in 3 or 4 turns. But like, if you just ignore that and do everything now, yeah, the game's a lot easier. When I play with Cat on there, smart. They were going, does it look as weird as Metropole K? I'm sorry, making errors is actually just a method to drive engagement. It can be, but it depends what the errors are. Like, if I pronounce Plague wrong, like, people are like, wait, what's this guy from Canada? But other stuff is like a bit different. I don't know. If you can add a written note in screen acknowledging a rules error misplay, I think that's great for videos. I have been doing that. I just still don't feel great about it. I'm slowly rebuilding a stream setup. No way. So me and the Slumscast boys might get a Bellotro stream going at some point soonish. Oh, super cool. Let me know, Cranked, when that shows up. Sometimes even better than videos with no mistakes, calling out mistakes is really helpful. Yes, but it's like with an overlay. It's not something I noticed at the time. So it's like during the edit, I'm like, wait, oh, I didn't pay for that. That seems bad. Have you seen the Bellotro multiplayer mod? No, not at all. When are we doing the rotation spin the wheel? It's the last step after we go through like 3 more tabs. So Jai, maybe in like 10 minutes. It's the Hades shaded green. It's really, really bad. I don't mind the rules mistakes. You make up for it by showing all the cards on screen, explaining what's going on very thoroughly. Super helpful for a newer Marvel Champions player. Oh, that's really great feedback, Attack. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to do somewhere in the middle. I also don't know what's going to happen with like this channel because I have not shared this channel to like the Marvel Champions community. I feel like I want to put out a couple videos and really get the craft down and then be very comfortable to be like, oh, we have some nice overlays to make the game approachable. Last night I was working on some overlays, which during the shuffle at the beginning where we shuffle down the counter decks, I can show you the cards in the counter deck and how many minions and the average boost icon and how many like stars. And I think that's really, really cool to deconstruct this game in an interesting way to get value from. But I feel like I'm going to do all this sort of stuff and then eventually show this to the Marvel Champions community. What's also really frustrating, and I cannot God, I'm so angry about this in some way, is that the modern release landscape for Fantasy Flight games is all over the place. Different locales are not receiving products at the same time. The schedule is not very clear. And this is just, a reality of modern transport. That's just how it is. Shipping is very difficult. But we're at the point where like 70% of the Marvel Champions community has the new box, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they're playing it. 30%, including Canada and a lot of other places, don't have it. And so I'm going out of my way to not participate in that content. So I'm not watching live streams. I'm not watching videos. I'm not engaging in content because I don't want to spoil that stuff for myself. It's same with Arkham Horror, the Drowned City, the campaign box is out here in Montreal, but not the investigators. And the campaign box is not out in a lot of locales. And so it's like hard to be a content creator for these spaces because we're basically losing the launch window. Like people are struggling sometimes to get everyone in at the same time because people are choosing not to participate because of the fact that they don't have the stuff. It sucks to make Marvel Champions content or Arkham Horror content. And mind you, we recorded another thing with Jeff. We have 2 Velma's Diner video. They'll in the can. They'll be coming up real soon. But it's Edge of the Earth with the Drowned City investigators. But it's like, don't people just want to see the new campaign? I don't know. We don't have the new campaign. It's like, it's really all over the place. And the fact that the releases are not consistent globally, which again is a very hard thing to do, makes it very difficult to pull people in different directions. It is what it is. I can tell from YouTube shorts that intentionally spelling things wrong on subtitles is a great way to get comments. Yeah, I'm just gonna spell Nightcrawler wrong a lot. Pronouncing cards wrong is apparently great for the algorithm. So many comments correcting it. It kind of is. It really, really, really kind of is. How dare you be from Canada? What's next? A revelation that you're in a French-speaking province? Howdy, Andre. Hope you're doing well today. Looking forward to stream. David, I'm doing well. How are you doing? We got all the FFG stuff, mind you, like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and then like all of the Arkham Horror stuff, but in French. Which is weird too, because we don't get how FFG works is that, mind you, they're owned by Asmodee, which is a French company, is that they don't print Quebecois localizations of French games. They generally import games from France or from Europe. And so that means that the copies that we have here were brought in from France. So apparently they could get Arkham Horror to Europe and then back to Canada sooner than we could get it from America. And like, there's a lot of reasons why they can be. It's just kind of wild. We call that throwing for content. Already it does it by not clicking content. Have you ever sat down and studied an Arkham encounter deck like that? No, not at all. Not the same way that I have for Marvel. Marvel is a lot easier because the encounter deck feels like you see more of it because you interact with it a bit more. And there's a lot more elements on each Marvel Champions card for the encounter deck to be interesting. Because in Marvel Champions, it's not just the cards that you draw from the encounter deck because you do draw 1 card per turn. Let me see if I can find one. But also cards have these things on the bottom right corner called boost icons. You can see it there. And that modifies activations from the villain. So understanding what the cards do, but also the relevance of higher boost numbers, both are interesting metrics. So also understanding what types they are, that matters also for Arkham Horror. To be like, oh, there's more minions than there are treacheries. So like we don't have to be as good as thwarting as we have to do attacking. And a lot of this stuff is kind of cool. Jai, go to bed. Ion, how's it going? I have no idea what's an Arkham encounter deck until it starts whacking me. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that comes with repeat plays, which for what it's worth, our Marvel Champions, you do a lot of repeat plays because not a lot of people play campaign mode. I do play campaign mode. It's weird. Hey, Sideshow, FFG releases have been weird. Yeah, I don't think they've been happy with it either. Like clearly they're running into issues, but it's super frustrating for content creation's sake. You're not having real life nightmares of how to deal with Frozen in Fear? Frozen in Fear is bad. That's one that you like. There's certain encounters for what it's worth going into Arkham Horror that you need to know are in the deck. And in the videos that I've recorded with Jeff, I'm very clear about that, right? Like, what's the one that puts 1 Doom on it from the core set? Shit, why do I not know the name of the card? Frozen in Fear is a big one. This is a card that shows up in the core set and gets reused a lot. And Ancient Evils, thank you. Yeah. Ancient Evils is a huge one. Crypt Chill is the other one. Yeah, Crypt Chill as well. Thank you. Pre-Chiefed, how's it going? So this is a card that you need to be able to deal with in certain encounters, and it shows up a lot. It just says the first time you attack, move, fight, or evade, it takes you 2 actions out of your 3 actions. That's really, really bad. And then the only way you can get rid of this is a willpower test, which is difficult. Ancient Evils is another bad one because it just says you lose a turn, and knowing that there's 3 of these in the deck means you have to plan your turns around it. This is a really cool card. I like this card more than most. And then one that I play around very quickly is Crypt Chill, which just does a really difficult test. It's 4 willpower, and if you fail, you have to discard a card you control, an asset, so something on the table. So if you like click 1, put down your most expensive weapon or ally, and then draw this on the first turn and you lose it, like you feel like a chump. So generally when Crypt Chill is around, I won't install an expensive asset until I've played a cheap asset. And these are the cards that you end up playing around. A lot of the other stuff you don't play around. There's some like macro level stuff, like Dunwich wants you to mill your deck, so card draw is bad in Dunwich. But stuff otherwise I haven't dug into too much. I have some EU French words which have very different meanings than Quebecois. Hey, are you able to get visual assets in English? Like if you play with French cards and display in English? Well, the thing is, like, my French is not good enough. By the way, Zen, how's it going? That I would be able to comprehend complex rules terminology when it comes to like FFG games, right? Like understanding when versus if versus then. Like I just don't have that language skills in French to be comfortable playing a complex board game like that. The only complex board game I played kind of like that is like I sat down with Paul and we played through a French version of Pagan of Roanoke, and like it was harder for me for sure because that's another kind of like, you know, complex game where the timing really matters. That's also another issue is like the cards are not distributed anymore. FFG doesn't distribute scans of their cards at all. ArkhamDB kind of sucks compared to some of the other options, and it has just like, it sucks to say this because it's obviously like, you know, volunteer work, but this is a mixture of FFG and maybe ArkhamDB, but like we just don't have scans of cards anymore. Like if I go to Hemlock Vale expansion campaign and I do show me card art, it's like 1 out of every 5 cards has card art. Like as a content creator, it's also just harder to make content because they don't distribute the images anymore. For Marvel Champions, I've grabbed all my images through like other websites, like community made websites, and got scans, and it's like a lot of work. And I think it's worth it. Like I'm happy to do it, but it's like these games are not making it easier for you to make content for them. This should be loading. It's not. Oh, I'm behind on chat. Maxi, how's it going? Matt Wen, Ancient Evils. Ancient Evils suck so bad. I hate the mechanics so much. Actually, I'm like kind of liking it a lot. In certain scenarios, it feels fairer than others. Like I like the idea that you don't know how much time you have. I do think it's true that at certain eras, at certain points in time, it can just be rough where like you draw 3 in a row and the game's over, and then it says shuffle the discard pile back into the deck. Like that sucks, that's for sure. But I feel like they're getting better at using it in scenarios and ways that's more interesting. Like we're out there in the Arctic trying to find our base camp and we don't know how many turns we have left and we have to play with that in mind. Makes it scary, and genuinely the game should be scary. So this is Hemlock Vale, and look, all the player cards have them because these were part of spoilers, and then you start getting to player cards, and I think they don't have art. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they did it. We have new message tech? Yeah, we have for a while. Oh wow, no, there are scans on everything. This is new. Since when? And these are not even watermarked. What the heck? Wait, when did this happen? Like, I don't know, this week? This didn't used to be like this. Okay, there's scans for everything. Okay, never mind. No, good point. Hey, Gyro. Last campaign I played that with Charlie Kane, and the counter that forced a test at the end of the turn was really annoying. Oh, because you're tapped out. Yeah, actually, I think the font on this is crushed in. I'm not sure why. It feels like it should be wider than that. It looked better last week. Evils gets used really badly in reshuffle scenarios. Yes, I 100% agree with that. I don't think they've done it in a while. They haven't done it in shuffle scenarios. That's the worst part of Ancient Evils, is when you have to shuffle the discard pile back into the deck, because then it's random on top of random on top of random. ArkhamDB Dangrad is so sad. Yeah, it looked like my point is not true. For what it's worth, if you haven't done it, Arkham.build is a website that's not meant to be a competing website. They technically have integration together. This doesn't do a good job allowing you to look at cards. Like it doesn't have a card gallery that works like ArkhamDB does with search terms, but it's pretty good for building decks. So say that we build a Daisy Walker deck. It's nice. It's like very complete. You have to learn how to use this. It's slightly different. It uses a lot of the same terminology, but it's not bad at all. I've been building recent decks with this, but that's because they had the spoilers sooner than anything else. But this is also like not awful at all. It's actually quite good. Live translating with FSL would suck. Wasn't sure of your fluency tier. Yeah, my fluency is like not phenomenal. I want to shout out to one of my regulars that I play in Arkham. We've been playing since like 2016. Is that he plays Arkham with French players, and he translates the narrative, live translates from English to French, which I think is just so impressive, especially because there's a lot of, you know, Arkham horror-esque words that get used, which are not common. I only watch you and Andre and Neon Static. Actually, you got to get your stream game. Have you checked Arkham Build? Yeah, Coke, sorry. I just pulled it up. How you doing? Yes, Arkham Build is kind of cool. And I was using it to deck build because they did not have the cards from Drowned City up yet. Have the same Gangenic box. It's kind of whack. Gets open too soon. Oh, this box? Yes, it opens on its own. It's not great for a backpack, but I have a couple of these. I feel like the newer versions are a bit better. But this thing is, I'll show you. This thing is fantastic. It was like 20 bucks, and it has a lot of different components, and they can come out and you can rearrange. If you buy a different one of different colors, you can like organize it. The problem is that the lid bows. And so if you throw this in a backpack, things can slide out, but also like it just doesn't clamp shut. Like it just unclamps. So like I would not put this in a backpack, but on a shelf, it's perfect. And then this lid goes underneath it, and then you're good to go. Like almost a 10 out of 10 product. I think the flaws could make it a 0 out of 10 product for some people, just unusable. But just using it in this space, like, it holds everything I need for Arkham. I would say it's a 9 out of 10. Baseless speculating on the stream title, Shipment from Business plus Shipment from Sansan. I don't think so, but it'd be cool. If the lid was any better, it would have been the best token box ever. Yeah, the lid is just not great. It would have been the best token box by a mile. Otherwise, it's like still pretty good. All right, continuing. Eternal Super League was this weekend. We streamed, this is week 6, which is the final week before phase 3. So not only is there 3 weeks left, but as of next week, players are able to change their decks. And that's the last time they'll be able to change their decks. We saw massive swings from week 3 to week 4, which is phase 1 to phase 2. And now this is the final phase. We have a leader, but it is closer than it's ever been. And next week, I think like Jai versus off 15-15 is going to be a massively important game. So do tune in this next weekend. It's starting a bit later if you're on this side of the ocean because of the daylight saving stuff, because it starts at 7 UTC, which hasn't changed, but our clocks have changed. So do just keep that in mind. I also do want to take a second to apologize. I had this feedback brought to my attention, but I have a overlay here that will show you upcoming cards, or sorry, old cards from Eternal. So for those who don't know the cards, they can see the cards. And so I'm pulling out cards like this so you can read the text and we'll explain what they are. Again, we want to make Eternal as approachable as possible. And I want to apologize because I was showing the older version of Slot Machine that ends up dead naming one of our world champions, Jess Horg. It has a different name on it, which they definitely do not go by. That was not something I considered at all. And I don't have the modern Slot Machine, so it was just what came up. Really apologize. That's awful. Do not intend to do that at all. And we will be changing that. So in the future of Eternal Super League, you'll never see the old Slot Machine. It'll all just be the NSG stuff. So really sorry about that. That kind of sucks a lot. But yeah, Eternal Super League has been good. It's every Sunday. So that's coming up in the near future. I'm team off 15-15. Off 15-15 has been killing it. That is for sure. Jai Scorp playing ass lost. Trust. I'm really excited to see if Jai changes the deck because Jai's just been on Scorp and the games have been exciting. Most beautiful RFG area. There was a game between Jai and Tehran, which was like by turn 3 or turn 4, there were 3 world trees removed from the game, 3 coalescence. It was perfect. It was so good. I think phase 3 has the coolest decks. Okay, very excited. Because phase 2 had this huge shift towards Shaper, and the Shapers have been converting, I don't feel like even more consistently than Andromeda, but we'll see what happens, because people are up to some weird stuff. Hey Phil, is FFG not fully releasing all the card hits because they have concerns about losing sales or proxying TTS? I'm not sure. For what it's worth, like I just feel like they've changed how they've been doing things. I don't know if it's intentional or not. They might be like understaffed. I'm not sure at all, but they just haven't been releasing stuff. It's the same, mind you, for Marvel Champions. There's no scans online. So if you want to get Marvel Champion scans, you end up going to places like Hall of Heroes that do a lot of like spoiler stuff as well. I've watched maybe one Eternal game and it was Austin playing Profiteering out of outfit. Holy shit, that's like what, gain 18 credits at a minimum? All right, this is our ugly wheel. We're going to be spinning this wheel once per stream and then spend the next 20 minutes talking about how that faction is going to be supposedly impacted by rotation. We've soft talked about Weyland. That's an option that can come up again. Last week, we talked about Criminal. The short of the long is Criminal is going to be hit by rotation. A lot of the strong Criminal cards that are fundamental backbone Criminal cards are currently like NSG cards and will be modernly in the format. There's some neutral cards that get lost. My biggest bummer about Criminal rotating currently is Amakua, which if they lose Amakua, that actually makes them have to deal with Breakers more, and Breakers are the worst part of the Criminal faction by a mile. I don't know that means that we're going to see Turbine coming down, but Amakua is such an important card to make cheap runs and make running matter. So that is the biggest hole. Secondly, on top of that, a lot of the cool run-based, or not run-based, but like Criminal alternate weird econ engine pieces, things like the Tag Me package, all that stuff is leaving too. And that is a bummer. I don't think it's going to shift generalist, like average common Criminal, but it does make less weird Criminal builds show up, like Tag Me and like all that sort of stuff, which is not great. If I recall correctly, it was Iceless Outfit and the only game plan was Profiteering into mid-seasons, my kind of deck. Yeah, that's a sort of like harpsichord strat, right? This color scheme, I can't change it. It's locked in. Begalter unbanned? Probably not. I would be surprised. I think the Criminal like choice for killer is interesting. Like Revolver is quite good, as much as it has downsides, and you no longer have Steve recursion. But I'd be surprised. The numbers on Begalter are a bit kind of wacky, that's for sure. Let's go. Sorry about the color scheme. You can't fix it. Shaper. I think Shaper's going to be interesting. That was a close one. Ooh, confetti. So let's talk about Shaper rotation. So let's just jump over to Netrunner DB. My guess is that Shaper does not get hit by rotation pretty hard at all. Oh, do I still have the thing that Lucille sent? I think I might. Give me 1 second, but I might have the search terms to search all the Shaper cards. Wanted Weyland. Weyland is like really dire. We started this by talking about Weyland, and Weyland was in a really, really, really bad space. Like, I think Weyland is just absolutely destroyed by rotation, I'll be honest, without mincing words. Where do we have Lucy? Got it. 1 second. And so we're just going to search up all cards that are rotating. Again, Shaper cards, important to keep track of, but notably too, sometimes like a criminal card is more important than an Anarch and vice versa. So we're going to search by factions. We're going to do images only, and we'll go from here. Onacom does not rotate. It is an Ashes card. We'll do runner side, excuse me. I'm on a 65% keyboard. I don't know what the end button is. So we're going to be going through this relatively quickly and talking about what cards leave for Shaper really do matter. For those, again, who aren't aware, Elevation comes out in about 35 days or something, and we're losing every FFG card and system update, which is mostly FFG cards, entirely FFG cards reprinted. But I think Shaper is probably going to be in a good spot, barring like 1 or 2 interesting like Econ Engine pieces. Like, I think losing Aesop's Pawn Shop is just a bummer, because that's just been a really fun card, and that matters for a lot of Shaper decks modernly, which is kind of cool. But otherwise, I'm not too sure. Arasana is going to be a problem, because I think we lose a couple key Trojans in Rain and Reverie. So a shout out when we see a card that's important for Shaper. So far, not the case at all. All right. From this point, Clot actually is going to be really important. So Clot is a card that lets you stop fast advance. And as a rotation, there'll be no cards in the format that allow you to interact favorably with fast advance. That has mostly been a Shaper thing. Using things at instant speed to produce a thing like Clot, it only makes sense when you can bring this in with simul chips, self-modifying code, however else you want to do it. Now, Clot is an important card in the game. Whether there's other ways that you can interact with fast advance, there used to be back in the day, and not that these cards saw a lot of play, but just so you keep in mind, there was other cards that technically made fast advance a bit more of a strategy that had troubles. So the Source increased the advancement cost of all agendas, which is like soft fast advance hate. We had not Traffic Accident, what was the other one? Traffic Jam, which just said that other copies of the same card now have 1 more advancement cost requirement, which is a cool card. This saw no play for sure. And we had some other strange ones. There was like an Anarch. No, it was a Shaper, a virus that if it got 3 counters, cards were harder to advance. I don't know the name of it. What's the name of the Shaper virus from Creation and Control? Chitana, thank you, Cranked. I've lost games to Chitana lock before. But this thing is also a reprint. No, not Chitana. That can't be it. Chitana is this ice. Chicana. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, Chicana. This got advancements every time you ran R&D, and if it had 3 advancements, the agenda costs is increased by 1, which is pretty hard to score out of 5-2, right? Sisyphus text. So we currently in the format have no way to interact favorably with fast advance. So while Clot doesn't see a lot of play, it is a card that was a staple to Shaper decks for many, many, many older metas, and seeing what happens in the slot, I think will matter mostly for Shaper. Will we get more Elevation spoilers today? Daniel, if there's nothing on Null Signal Games, probably not. I'm assuming spoiler season proper will start come April, so we're only about like 2 weeks out. Chicana, excuse me, not a unique card. Yes, I've seen multiple of these on the table, and that's sort of like Cana whoop-ass noise deck, which is good fun. Otherwise, technically I've played Shaper decks that love Imp, but that's kind of its own thing. None of this matters. None of this matters. None of this matters. Some Shaper decks play Falsified. I think it's cool, mind you. Playing Control means knowing when to run the remote server. I think if that's the case, you can just play Pinhole Threading, but this is a niche pick, and none of this matters. Oh, legwork actually does matter, but I think it's been entirely replaced in Shaper with Copulation, which is functionally a better legwork for most Shaper players, because it's a legwork that you can choose to bring onto the table, let alone recur, let alone gives you ability to interact with cards that are hard to interact with. Legwork was one of my favorite splashes in Shaper decks, because what Shapers classically did for many, many moons playing Control Shaper is that they would like build up this rig and then lock the remote server. And then when the corporation got more and more uncomfortable, where they realized you could always run the remote server because you're playing this like inevitability engine, agendas would be stuck in hand. And that's where a well-timed legwork, which is HQ pressure from a deck you're not expecting HQ pressure, was really, really potent. I'm not sure if we're going to see a legwork reprint. I'd be kind of happy if we did, because it's a pretty soft, elegant card, a simple, elegant card. But this is one of my favorite Shaper splashes. I've seen so many really high skill games that were just played fantastically off the back of that one legwork. But now we have Copulation, which is legwork you can tutor, and that just fits way better. Again, a lot of really strong criminal cards as of late have been better Shaper cards, and it just is kind of how it is. All right, none of this matters at all, not even slight bits. Nope, we'll get there. Jailbreak might be our legwork for a little while. Yeah, I'd hope not, but maybe. This doesn't matter at all. Aeneas Informant can matter a bit. I don't think this card is particularly healthy, but you mostly see this in decks that run Conduit, and so they can dig R&D and find cards that they don't want to trash. That means they don't see deeper, but it means that Conduit can actually generate money. Because if they see two non-trashables, they can get 4 credits back with 2 Aeneas Informants. It's a weird card. The fact that it allows you to reveal rezzed cards doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but yeah, this card technically matters for some super aggro like Conduit decks. Not incredibly important. All right, well, now we're at Shaper, and this is where things can really matter. I was going to say Compile losing is bad for Kit, but Kit rotates too, which is actually incredibly emotionally painful for many people. I think Diesel might be the biggest deal, and I don't know what to do with the slot here, because Shaper was defined by its strengths, and one of its strengths classically has been card draw. Shaper was the card draw faction, and while they still have a lot of good card draw options, there's never been a card as simple as Diesel. It's also one of my favorite cards because it's a card you can show to a Magic the Gathering player, and they absolutely just brick, because it makes no sense that this game has a 0-cost draw 3, and it's not even your entire turn. I don't know what to do with the slot because it's like such an elegant card. I think it's obviously fine in the game. Some decks don't want to play Diesel, honestly. Some decks do want to play Diesel. This is a card I'll import into just about every faction has played Diesel competitively. Criminals, Anarchs as well, let alone mini factions love Diesel. And it's just such a shame. I don't know what we're going to get. If we're going to get a Diesel that costs 1, draw 4, discard 1, that sounds too much like an Anarch card. I just made moshing again. But like, I don't know what to do with the slot. If they just straight reprint Diesel, I'd be relatively happy, I'd be honest. But losing Diesel just seems like such a different world that will probably survive. And will it bring the power level of Shaper decks down? It might slow them down. And maybe they play Nuka, which is good value, but is not on tempo as much. And maybe pulling Shaper off of the tempo game is something we need to do. This is a really wild sentence because Shaper classically was never about tempo. They're all about value. And people complain that when you were in a Shaper dominated meta, you were against that inevitability engine. And Diesel and Anacom to some extent and modern event based Shaper is like kind of the opposite of the inevitability engine, but that's also been pretty cracked. Yeah, you have a Joyride, like you have VRcation. VRcation might see play. It's just kind of hard. I think VRcation is trickier to play. Bring back quality time. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Force them to rely on VRcation. Gerard, how's it going? It's just kind of hard. Happy if they reprint Diesel, but I can already hear myself griping about the new name. Yeah, me too. VR says I'm here. The thing is, like, VR is so ugly because drawing last click is never like what you want to be drawing. You want to be drawing like you generally play Diesel click 1, right? Like that's how we play Diesel. I'm playing VRcation click 4, just kind of sucks. It costs a credit, so it's not even that like flashy compared to Diesel. It's like I think I'd rather play Nuka than VRcation, but I might be wrong. Surely they need non-rotating draw. Yeah, you're right. Having something that's baseline built into the core set might be important, but that's probably VRcation, Jai. What about 0-cost 1 and you program that when you trash it or trash with a click to draw 3? The program angle is kind of cool. Like if you make it a program that makes sense for Shaper, you'd have to make it take a click at a minimum, which means it's a 2-click play, so it's kind of bad. But if it was like not a click or you had to use the power counter, kind of like, you know, Coalescence, it would be busted because you just never died to anything ever. One of my cards that I want to see reprinted, and honestly in Shaper or Criminal is fine, is like, this is just such a cool card. I think I'd want to actually see it in Criminal more than anything, but it's like 2 costs, 2 MU program, 2 MU is a problem. And it says draw a card whenever the core res is a piece of ice. Like this is just such a cool Criminal card to me. Even like a resource would be fantastic. But I love the idea of card draw attached to programs, which is something we've barely seen in this game. So there's a lot of cool ways to interact with it, but you have to be careful because if you end up in like an Aaron Moran situation where every Shaper has like 16 stone chip chart rooms and they can never die because they have all the recursion, like it's a tricky thing to balance for sure. VRcation feels difficult because most card draws are best used first click 100%, unless you have no cards and just want to bring a hand back. And then like click 2 to draw 4 sucks. Like, are we at the point that if there's no Diesel reprint, we all just play Stone Chip chart room and just never die to anything at all and have like mostly a Diesel? Because like Stone Chip is mostly a Diesel, but the power is you can offset this and you can fire it on any other turn if you want to, which it's worse than Diesel. It's a click to draw 2 instead of 3. That's a huge difference, but like you just also don't flatline to shit. Weird. I think we want to live in a world where this is not everywhere because then killing people is impossible. Maker's Eye. Yeah, I think immediately this card relatively soon in the reprint of Maker's Eye, this is pointed out as maybe being a bit too much like a butthole, and it's kind of really ruined it for me. This is another card like Legwork. I feel like we don't need this card as much as we need Legwork. I feel like we have Cataloger. That's good enough for me, honestly. And Jailbreak and Pretty Mary and all that sort of stuff. Like Legwork seems a bit unique, but R&D burst multi-axis, it feels like we have 17 different ways to do it. And that's not exactly true. Other stuff here, what matters? Cool. All right. Abilities we're losing. Akiko, flavorfully cool. I think there's a lot of huge Akiko fans modernly. It's a shame. Akiko is just a really cool story too, and a really fun identity to play. I think Kit leaving is massive. I think Kit is just such a creative and interesting identity. It is such a I think there's a lot of players that are Kit players, and it's one of the competitive decks that we've seen over the last 2 years, especially with Lobisomu and Spark, that is very easy to get into the game and play with. Because it has a straightforward strategy, it has powerful breakers. People love dropping an 8 cost program for nothing with Spark, and they feel good about it. 10 influence might be too low, but honestly, influence has just been a bit of a luxury in Shaper decks modernly. It doesn't feel like you need it like you did back in the day. But Kit's like the sort of ability text I really like, where it changes fundamentally how you structure your turn as a corporation, how you build, how you play, your strategies. It changes a lot against how you play against Kit. I would argue with Lobisomio around, it's actually really hard to make Kit feel like a downside because they can break infinite barriers technically and infinite code gates. Like Lobi seems to be balanced around the fact that you have to force out a fractor at some point, and in Kit that's not really the case. So I feel like playing mid-range HB against it is kind of a losing uphill fight, and that feels awful, but it's really cool. I feel like we're gonna miss Kit, and that's gonna be pretty bad. Yep, I went to my first standard games with Kit, was good. Yep, I believe it. It's just such a nice entry point, and it's also so cool. Like, it focuses on some of the weirdness of Netrunner, which is like ice. I like it a heck of a lot. I'd love to see an ID like Akiko come back, but having side games and elevation doesn't feel likely. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I'd see it seems unlikely. For now, for Cabanessa, it's okay. Cabanessa just still sees play in Eternal. Cabanessa will continue to see play in Eternal. Lamb. This actually matters. This makes Essa a heck of a lot worse. Lamb is one of the ways you can pay 2 credits to make anything breakable for 1 credit with Begamut. I'm not too stressed about that. I feel like Essa can generate weird ways to put pressure on almost all the time. But Lamb, Begamut didn't show up in every Essa deck, but it was a very good combination of Essa cards, so that's fantastic. I like Nyasha a lot. It's just like a really fun card. It feels like it's just straight up worse than Conduit in any deck that I play with, but it's cool. Atman used to be such an important, interesting card, but it hasn't seen its consistent play, it feels like, in 5 years. But there used to be entire decks built around Atman, and it's a shame that's not the case anymore. Not exactly sure why that is. I think not having Stim Hack might be a problem, but I love cards like Atman that reward you on forethought and planning and response at instant paid ability triggers. Atman is just hella cool. Gonna miss the heck out of it, as much as I haven't seen Atman hit the table in 5 years. Chameleon's a cool idea. It didn't work out. Prisha, this is gonna be an overarching thing. Everybody loses all their access to trashing cards off the table besides Frencer Fueno, who's laughing. She's absolutely laughing at us at this point. And Prisha was a really important card. Mind you, Shaper is kind of defined as being a toolbox, and this is a very good toolbox card to deal with assets, and we are losing it. What do you put in that slot? I don't know. And it kind of emphasizes the fact that Shaper wants to deal with their asset tech through programs because they can tutor and recycle programs. So to see what happens in the slot, notably, this is a reprint functionally of an ONR card back from 1996, where this text also makes more sense. There was one that only did upgrades. There's one that only did assets. So we only got the assets one. Prisha's dead. We finally did it. Man, I want to shout out the original art in Prisha is like, if I could swap one art, because I generally on JNet play with the most modern printing of the art, so new players are not confused. But this is one of the arts that like just makes me so happy. Just so happy. Big old water bird. Mind you, Prisha is, I think, like a Mesoamerican god of like destruction and cleansing. The Quechua word Pari means flood, combined with the suffix Sha means the name Parisha, which translates God of the Flood, right? And like you see the flooding on the Ashes card, but like just so nice. So nice. Yeah, it's Incan. Anyways, love the art of this one. Fantastic. Stone Ship is clicking to draw. Yeah, kind of. Well, functionally, yes. Hey, Diogen, I think Yasengar put a video demonstrating a basic criminal run with Admin about 2 years ago. Yeah, that's the sort of idea, is that you play Admin and Leech and just run down everything. It's not as good as just playing Amakua in the modern meta, but it used to be the best thing you could do. Tron, we're recapping some stuff. We're talking about Shaper rotation. Great to watch your games on the weekend as well. How's Phase 3 looking? Kid feels so Shaperly. I would be surprised to see her mechanics return as a console like Leela and Hermes. That's a really good shout out. I think that's like a legitimate thing that I wouldn't have put down on paper, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Kit's mechanic attached to either a program or a hardware. I don't know, a resource maybe, but like it is text that could see play in the future. All right, these two Trojans leave. Ika and Cuban. Cuban shows up in like a subsection of very aggro RE decks. I really like those RE decks. It feels like a criminal card, but it comes down and makes money, and it punishes you for overextending against Shaper. It's also a zero cost Trojan, which really does matter when it comes to the context of Urban Art Vernissage. Ika the same way is like one of the only Trojans technically that you can install on your side of the table and not on your opponent's cards, so that you can get value from Urban Art Vernissage, even if there's no ice on the table, which is something that some RE decks can struggle with, particularly against Acid Spam. This is a problem because this means that the killer slot for Trojans is now going to be, what's it called? Public Graffiti? What is the one? I don't even know the name of it. I suggest Kid as a Banhar style resource. Yeah, that'd be cool. What is the name of the card with the graffiti on it and the archer they're goofing on? Like, I don't even know the name of the card. Living Mural, thank you. Right, like this puts you on Living Mural, which I'd be surprised if there's a case for this to be the thing that you want to deal with. It deals with bigger sentries, okay, kind of on threat 4, but like, I feel like relying on threat 4 to make your cards good is not a spot you want to be on as a runner. I feel like threat is just kind of really rough on the runner side for sure, because you're not really in control of that. Very important to understand, threat corporations are entirely in control of. They can either score their agendas or they can give their agendas to you. And as a runner, sometimes you can just not be on threat. And this is just like, it's not as good as Ika, that's for sure. I'm being punished for putting government investigations in my deck because no one played Cerebral Static. Wait, holy shit. That's wild. Is that Archer in Living Mural? Yeah, it is. It is an Archer, which there's a couple cards that reference Archer in their art, Living Mural and Revolver, and they're going to make less sense to newer Netrunner players in the future, which is kind of fun. Yeah, these suck. It sucks that these are going. These are really cool Trojans. I don't know if we'll see Trojans. I think we can definitely see Trojans in Elevation. I don't think they make sense on their own. And Trojans, like, Eco was a playable card in a world before Arasana. Cubon, not so much, but Eco was for sure. Oh, Patch also references Archer. Yeah, it does, but that's not on the format anymore. But Patch has the apple through the arrow, or the other way around. Ngolo, very powerful card at one point in time. Doesn't see a lot of play. It's whatever. Inversificator, really, really interesting card. Takobi players now have to play Turbine unless it gets banned out. But this is going to move the needle slightly. I think Inversificator in a world without, technically with Dow, but without anything else. All right, cards that don't really matter. Acel's Pawn Shop is just such a cool card. This to me is like the shaperest shaper card that you get down, you can sell your stuff. It makes installing cards make sense. It is very quite cool. And I love pieces like this that are just like very obvious engine pieces that you have to craft a whole deck around. And then the payoff is really quite good, but it forces you to jump through hoops, and it forces you to build your deck in a certain way. It doesn't feel as like parasitic as like, I feel like a lot of the self-destruction anarch cards do, where like you play one, so you play like 30 other cards like that. This one just means like, yeah, you'll play Muse, you'll play Coalescence, you'll probably play Lily Pad, but you don't have to. You can play Anacom with Pawn Shop. You can Pawn Shop to take care of resources, like you trash daily cast and stuff. Just such a cool card. Functional reprint from ONR, but it used to give you only 2 credits. We went up to 3, but just like a really cool, flexible card. And for a faction that seems to be about installing cards instead of playing events classically, it's just such an important thing. Peeking ahead of the page after rotation, not counting potential new cards, all icebreakers revert to base strength after each encounter. Oh, is that true? That might be true. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head which ones don't. Like what? Snowball, Gordian, Mass Driver, maybe? Yeah. Proco also is a card that is classically to old heads was a very quintessential shaper card from back in the day. This was unironically like one of your best first click in a lot of shaper decks, but this was like, again, 10 years ago. So a lot of people attach Shaper to this card. It's a shame that this card doesn't work. It's like a fun enough card. I think you could print a card like this and it would be okay. In theory, like this is a mixture of verbal plasticity and symmetrical visage and all this sort of stuff together. But this big brick used to be what Shaper did. I'm going to install this on turn 1 and the siege begins. And it's a shame that you don't see any of this because it's a fun card for sure. Okay. Losing the crypto breakers is kind of fun. Cryptid breakers, mind you. They're fun. These were very important at a time. They see no play. And then when we come to neutral stuff, everyone doesn't like to lose Dirty Laundry. That's for sure. Prepaid voice pad. It's actually kind of hard to play twinning in Shaper. I feel like prepaid voice pad is one of your best ways to do it. Obviously, you can play companions, but there is a whole bunch of kit decks that play prepaid. They don't exist anymore. You don't need Earthrise Hotel in Shaper so much. And DJ Fenris obviously hits Shaper as much as it hits Anarch, if not more. I think Shaper decks are going to be fine. Like, this is the thing. So say we look at a Shaper deck. Let's look at the Shaper deck that won Worlds. So let's go search Arasana, sort by 50. Losing Mad Dash may be brutal. I feel like we're losing a lot of 5/3s. I don't expect to see a lot of 5/3s. I think like not even a lot of Shaper decks play it. But say that we go to this deck and we do sort by set. Like, look how many cards that this deck actually loses. Daily Cast and SMC are actually in Ashes, if I'm not mistaken, right? Eka and DJ Fenris matter. And then there's like 3 Diesel and a Parisha. This is a 50 card deck, and it functionally loses like 4 cards. Oh, and DJ Fenris and Eka, so like 5 cards. Right? And this is one of the best Shaper decks in the last meta. It's obviously a bit of a interesting deck. Not everyone was playing this, that's for sure. But these sort of decks and the engines, like all the value pieces are kind of staying, right? Like this is such a huge kit of cards. Obviously, we've lost Trickshot, but like Burner, Fazarum, the Anacom engine, all this stuff stays in. All the great breakers, environmental testing as an econ engine stays in. You have all the great breakers you want to play, either fixed strength breakers and turbine. You have propeller, you have Fazarum, like all this stuff stays. The only stuff you lose is like pretty minor. Like DJ Fenris is definitely a good value piece, and so you can find out what other value piece you want to find in the slot. Eka is a good killer, and this is going to be important. Whether that means we rely more on Fazarum and Tangler, it's up to you to figure out. But like the majority of the stuff is still in the game. I think Shaper Rotation, like the only card that I really care about is Aesop's Pawn Shop and Diesel. Shaper Rotation is fine. And a big part of that is the last set was just basically banger Shaper cards, and that's it. We'll still have Lad forever. Nobody remember the loss of Cassie String, but that was the last unique way to get an agenda point outside of the control of the corp. Yeah, if you don't consider Mad Dash, that might be the truth. And Cassie String, like losing that is a fun piece that you lose for from Pudma, that's for sure. But like, yeah, it's not particularly a consistent competitive card, but a really cool card. It's a unique card. I like Cassie String. It's nice. Please don't reprint Congress K. Give us more drip. That's the TED Talk. I think Shaper will be totally fine. I wonder if the fact that the last Shaper set was so damn good that they'll like cool down on Shaper cards and elevation. Maybe not. Also, for what it's worth, like Shaper has to be in startup. Shaper had to be challenged, where Shaper has like bespoke startup bans because currently Shaper in startup, because Liberation cycle, specifically Rebellion with Rehearsal is such a banger set that like Creative Commission is banned in startup. That won't be the case forever. But yeah, like if Shaper gets like 2-3 more good cards, I don't see in startup not being the best. Cassie String Pudma is where it's at. Yeah, I've lost to it before. It's interesting, that's for sure. All right, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. We'll spin the wheel again on Thursday. Notably, on Thursday's stream, actually, we probably won't be spinning the wheel because we're going to have some guests here, if I'm not mistaken. We'll be joining by the Backroom Deals folks, both John and the producer, if everything works out well. And that'll be Thursday night. So we'll spin this wheel again on Tuesday. Quite possibly the only other alternate WinCon runner has other than Jachinho and decking out. Well, you can't WinCon on it because you can only get 3 points. But like, you say alternate WinCon, and then you describe some very strong alternate WinCons. Which is like Jaichino and Mill. That's mostly it though. Just keep stargating until they run out of cards. All right, let's play some Netrunner. I wanted to play this. This is Fast Anglia. 1st and 2nd and 16th at Nottingham District. Kikai, mind you, has been absolute on a tear. Just winning like basically every event he's been showing up to. And lastly, published this Fast Events op deck. I don't think I enjoyed it that much, and this is meant to be like a modified version of it. It comes back to look a fair bit like Calicana op, which is the sort of op that back in 2023 at Worlds, a bunch of European players were playing it, like Felix? Is that right? Said Diesel, we get petrol. Kenya, how's it going? Depends on how slow the meta is after rotation. If Proco could see play again, I'm assuming Proco is always going to be too slow, right? Like the best thing we could ask for is something like Symmetrical Visage, which we had in the format for a while, which was cheap Proco, but it's only once per turn. Like these sort of cards are fun because they give you this thing to plan around because it's once per turn. So you always want to do your Symmetrical Visage click per turn. It feels good. The thing with Proco is often you do like Proco, double install Haley, and that would be your turn forever. So. Have you seen the Cut of Knots? It's brutal. No. Why is it brutal? Yeah, Jackmade was playing this, right? Calicana didn't have Splash and Burn or Holloman. Sure. But I think the idea, like the structure of it is like relatively similar, which is cool. Broco is good in startup, but not in standard. Yeah, you're right. In startup, it's probably actually really quite good on the basis that card draw is at a minimum. And it's not a lot of influence. I haven't tried it in startup, but I haven't played a lot of startup. But yeah, it seems to be a format where it's at the proper speed that it's good. I like this write-up. Shouts out some basic things to keep in mind when you're playing this deck. I think a lot of people get overwhelmed with op, and I get it. There's this trigger that can fire at most points in the game, and then you have to know the structure of your deck. I think if you're playing on JNet, it makes it a lot simpler because it shows you when you trash a 4-coster, these are your like 3-costers, and then you just pick the one that makes the most sense. Check the bottom of the Surveyor. Okay, I need to check the Surveyor. And so it highlights some improvements from the last version this was posted, which was the fast advanced version with like wraparound. Descent being a cool card into ESA is really sick, that you can grab a 2-cost card at instant speed with your viruses and then get some heap recursion. That's important. And when you're playing against ESA, which ESA is not a great matchup, I don't think. Hortem, which does leave. Hortem is just nice. I really like 4 strength and the run, 2 subroutines, just pretty good. Being called out as having to deal with Mercury, which I think is mostly a UK problem. And I mean that lovingly, right? Like you have to play for the meta that you're in. And if you're finding a lot of Mercury there, this deck is running 11 agendas and 49 cards. So touching centrals with Hermes is a problem. And so just having a hard end the run can't really matter. Tranquility Home Grid, a lot of people have been playing this. I've been really excited watching Tehran play Tranquility Home Grid, and that just pops off all the time. You're also playing Op, so if you trash a card on the runner's turn, you can go and fire Tranquility Home Grid on their turn because once per turn trigger. And I've seen this be like way more explosive than I thought it would be. Getting a 2-coster, you can get this on the table relatively easily by trashing a 2-coster. So the line that's called out is you do Mavirus or early game to go get your load-bearing Regolith, and then when the Regolith finishes, you get Tranquility Home Grid, and then you push into the remote server. Pretty damn good. Second, Ice Walls become a Sandstone. Ice Walls are nice to have 1-costers in the deck. I know back in the day, a long time ago, we played a version of Fast Advance Op that just ran every copy of Slash and Burn and every copy of SZF. And the idea is that you can Fast Advance out an SZF, and then you trash a 1-coster because you played a lot of 1-costers, and then you could get a Spin Doctor back. And this deck can still do it. It's less like one note than that deck that we played was. It's a bit more flexible and can respond to things. But that's the reason why you want some amount of 1-costers. Sandstone being called out is just being pretty good. It's annoying for just about everyone to deal with unless you get a Boomerang or a Botchus on it, because this comes in at functionally 5 strength, which is hard for just about everybody. But yeah, there's a reason to play more 1-costers. This one is not playing the Malapert Data Vault, but we have Icewall, we have a Tithe as well. And then calls out some cool lines. Some Mavirus into Regolith into Tranquility, very important. I'm always surprised how important it is to Mavirus into Regolith as soon as possible, because the deck just doesn't have a lot of money. We don't even play Hedge Fund. We're on 3 Extract and 1 Armed Acid Protection. So if a Rashida doesn't fire or a Regolith doesn't empty, this deck just doesn't have money. And it's up to you to like ride that volatility. Obviously, people are riding that volatility relatively well, but that's wild. SZF for Spin Doctors, we called that before. That's a really good line. Trash a 1-coster, get a Spin Doctor, get cards back. Really good. SZF for Tucana. This is an easy thing to miss, and it accidentally happens on JNet. But SZF says an additional cost for you to score this, you have to trash a card, which means that happens before you score the agenda. So if you trash a 3-coster, you can go get a 2-coster, put it in that server, get the Tucana. The Tucana will be rezzed because of Op, and then the Tucana will see the scoring of the SZF. It's super unintuitive. Very importantly, too, people mess this up in person a lot. But when the SZF, you have to do the trashing to score the agenda. So by the time you score the SZF, the agenda is still in the remote server. Sorry, by the time you trash the card. So you cannot SZF, trash a 1-coster, get a Rashida, and put Rashida in the SZF server, because the SZF is still in that server. You don't want to do that. But that is something that happens a lot in person, because people often pay the cost while they add the SZF to the score area. Just be careful you don't do that in person. Mavirus for Holloman, classic. Been around for a while. Border control into calibration testing, and then calibration testing into Tucana is really, really cool as well. Don't run last click into a border control. I've lost games like that. It's the sort of thing you have to learn by doing it once. Trace X surveyor .com. tracex.substack.com. Hold on. Nailed it. This is Kikai's blog, alongside also Not Yeti. Anytime that Kikai wins an event, I think Not Yeti has to do the write-up. Which is the last one? 6 hours ago. Hoshiko and Op top 2 at Knott's District. Okay, hold on. I haven't read this. With 33 of our American friends were fighting in our net space at the Americans Online District Tournament, an equal number of netrunners met in the side room of an undisclosed address in Lower Parliament Street to eat delicious home-baked almond cookies and to compete at the title Nottingham District Champion and the Sheriff of Sheffingham, which will be awarded for the most corp wins in Swiss across both Nottingham and Sheffield District Championship. Well, that's a cool title. An unpopular protagonist, Hoshiko, showing up, 12.1%, only 4 players. There is a lot of lap players for sure. Criminal, just about thirds, which is good. And then the top cut, also pretty even, which is great. There's the Mercury players you're expecting, Sable and Saya. So I feel like all these criminal decks generally play the same, unless one of these might just be TMKF playing Knife Sable. And then we have Lad, Hoshiko, and a Quetzal. Shout out to the one player, I don't know the name, in the UK that's been playing Quetzal consistently, making top cuts. Playing like just Dushka and stuff like that. Theo helps Surveyor fairly often too. Okay, cool shout out. Very cool shout out. Continuing a trend that we're seeing in the UK regionals so far, Nottingham was attended by a large number of criminal decks. There was no consensus on which specific criminal ID to play. There was Sable, Mercury, Xayah, Ken, all in the mix. Similar even spread of Mercury, Xayah, and Sable in the top cut. For those readers that are looking for some guidance on which of these IDs is the best, I'm afraid to say that Mercury is the only criminal ID to actually perform well. 60% win rate and 1.3x conversion rate. Yeah, makes sense. It pains me. I don't like... Not the biggest Mercury enjoyer, but the Mercury game plan of just sending it centrals is like working relatively well. Just putting pressures and overwhelming with like bypass and like Hermes. It's working well. Like the sort of decks there, I have to look at the corp side, but like this is not a great matchup if you're playing Mercury. Lifeline of the Quetzal player. Thank you, Freedon. I think that's right. Yeah. Shapers favored 6-lap rewarded with 2 places in the top cut, despite a rather lackluster 45% win rate. Op proved to be particularly difficult matchup for the ethical freelancer, which bodes ill for any Shaper diehards. All right, Ag Infusion win rate versus cut conversion. Woof. Hoshiko 80%. What? Hoshiko had an 80% win rate? Are you serious? Huh? What? What's going on? And Hoshiko was like the most played identity. Well, no, it wasn't actually. I take genuine offense at these fiddly hardware Sable lists being described as knives. Well, I don't want to say an as deck because that's not right. 80% Hoshiko lit, right? Okay, that's great. Boats don't have brakes. This is the corp side. So Weyland, we've mostly seen Weyland succeeding, I think, in UK of the last like month or so. I don't think you see it that much on this side of the ocean, but Op is like very, very popular. PE also showed up a lot at one of the last, like, what is it? Edinburgh? Scottish districts, I think. And the top cut is not that different, except no HB players made it in. That's wild. If NSG really wanted to score out the remote, then they wouldn't have given us 7-3-2 agendas. It's been a long time since Op has consistently performed well, but now that our favorite supermassive container ship has gone up to speed, there seems to be no slowing it down. The Nottingham winner and runner-up both played a fast advanced variant, which replaces the somewhat brittle eminent domain archer remote plan and instead aims to score most, if not all, agendas from hand. Holy crap, that's not something I've really realized, but this is not an eminent deck. Yeah, the last version of this was eminent for archer, and this is just going on not eminent. Like, eminent's really, really powerful because I don't think anyone besides Ice Destruction deals with mind you, Archer very well. And I think the winning Kikai runner list was like Hoshiko with Anakam and Aquaceres crew and all that sort of stuff. But the fact that this is like the first Weyland deck I feel like I've seen in a while without Eminent, and that wasn't very obvious to me. That's pretty interesting. When asked for comment, Kikai explained that Eminent Domain is good, but if NSG really wanted us to score out of the remote, they wouldn't have given us 7-3-2 agendas in one faction. With consistently strong results at recent events, the 2 Ob variants are emerging the decks to beat for what remains of the district season. Building a runner deck to take on both will be tough. You need enough multi-access to win a pure points race against the FA build, while still having enough money to go toe-to-toe with the builds that play Svi Excavator, and you'll need a cheap way to break Archer as well. Jinteki was a diverse mix-up of PE, Ag, Teia, Iswak, and Restoring Humanity, but only Ag Infusion really shined. PE racked up a nice 69% win rate, but mostly on the lower tables and struggled to convert into top cut. Faction win rate. I don't know what to do with data anymore, right? Like 1 week, Hoshiko 80% win rate, the next week 45% win rate. I don't know what to do with this data. This is the thing that also like frustrates me, and to some extent, I don't go to casuals a lot locally, but of course we have our district here in like 2 weekends, right? It's on the 29th. Hopefully you're coming. It's going to be a fun time. But like if someone asked me, what do you expect the meta to be? I honestly have no idea. Like I could not answer that question. And I think one of the best things you can do in a tournament, if you're looking to win, is to know what the meta you're expecting and play into that and around that. Like it's very clear to some extent here, like Kikai and team are looking at this and making changes based off of what they're expecting to play into, right? Like the idea is that, oh, Mercury's around, we'll play Hordem. As much as I don't know if that really moves the matchup, but it definitely matters. And you know, that's exciting. I can't do that here. And that's because many reasons, like I just don't know. Maybe there's so many more events in the UK where it feels like you can get a meta read. I don't know how consistent the metas are between these locations that might not be that many hours away, but like that's a frustrating thing. Ganked Nuvem, King Solomon. Wild. It was Lifeline. Yeah, cool. The UK District Championship will continue in Sheffield on Saturday 22nd. So Ollie and Kikai playing Op at the top. Not Yeti, still playing Re-Education as Mari, doing well in it too. And it's Jaichinho Sable. It's cool to like describe by one with one word how you can describe the entirety of the archetype. What teams were the cup players from? Mostly EA Sports, QH, Steel City Grid, and EA Sports. I feel like at this point, when you have a localized testing team, like that's just gonna happen, right? There's like a couple testing teams there, right? But it's kind of the expected thing, right? Genuinely just realized Archer's rotating for some reason. I thought it was an NSG air card. Yeah, no, it's from the original core set in 2012. It's very, very, very old. Yeah, well done, EA Sports. Steel City Grid. I think Steel City has like Pittsburgh. That's not the case, is it? Anyways, let's play some games. We sent 8 to the event, got 6 top 8 spots. Oh, super cool. That's dope. This one wasn't very close to East Anglia, but a lot of us busted it in. Is EA Sports specifically East Anglia? That's where the EA comes from, or? How I've only realized that now, I guess. Because where is Nottingham? It's in the Midlands. So you have to drive this much. Body bow face meta. Yeah. Chancellor, how's it going? Steel City is Sheffield. Okay, so everyone has its own Steel City. What do you mean Hamilton, Ontario? That's sick. Glad for everyone who came out, organized the event as well. Let's play some op. EA Sports is East Aldershot. Wait, how many players are in EA Sports? Login. This would be a fun deck to do hand and brain with. Import deck. I feel like there's, you know, a habit of taking something and giving it an in lore Netrunner name and makes it more confusing. For not exactly great reasons. But can we call hand and brain BMI? Like, does that make sense? Like 31. Corp. I almost picked any side. Oh, that's a problem. That means they disconnected, right? So this is a professor, has 1 influence, but you don't have to pay influence for programs. I'm pretty sure this happens when someone disconnects right at the time the lobby starts. What do we do about this? This has happened a couple times. All right. So goes our stats of game completions. There's 20 people in the Discord, but it's hard to know how many active players. You have crypto bots. Got it. Make a 6-player version called Ramajan. And body, mind. And the mind is just worrying about awareness. Like 31. What is the biggest testing team modernly? I honestly don't know. I have no idea how big like QTM or QEH is. I think tiebreakers might be like 24. It happens when you hit start game with no second player, often because they left right as you start. Yeah, I think that's it. QTM must be huge. No, I think QTM at some point like got too big. Like they didn't they can't, like, you know, you have to at some point. And I'm pretty sure that was a problem they were running into. So it's probably quite big. I have no idea how big. All right, we'll hang out here for a bit and play op. We almost rolled Weyland today, but I'm pretty sure if op just like loses border control, the entire identity is cooked and then loses like Atlas, I guess. Tiebreakers is full of chaff. Oh my god, I'm gonna highlight that comment just so that you can get some amount of attacked. Yo, Warlock, how's it going? IRC tiebreakers are like 22. That sounds right. I would assume like 22 dozen. This deck is super fun, by the way. So much guess. No, I believe it. I'm gonna have to like change gears into playing it. Like I think our first couple games are not gonna be fantastic, which is usually how it goes, and then you get into the groove, which that's what Tuesdays are for. Hey. Best of luck. Have fun. All right, we're playing against 54 card Freedom. Now we're playing 3 Maviruses, so Freedom can struggle a wee bit. Now I don't love this hand. We have calibration testing, which we can technically not trash. Can we N6 this? Can we N6 this for a Regolith or not? You should add the card, it's good. But that border control becomes very reliant on Svi, so they probably pivot to acid playstyle if I had to guess. Yes, and if acids are good, that'll be good, but like the sort of like scoring op people like to play, I don't think is going to exist anymore. Because you just can't fire your ability consistently. Hey, Ryan, I'll be happy to see Atlas go. I don't love search your deck for anything at instant speed effects. Oh, I love it so much. It's so fun because then you actually can have the fork. I'm going to mulligan this, hope for better. Okay, we got the load-bearing Regolith. We might have to keep HQ open for freedom. I'm assuming we ice HQ, border control remote, Rashida, and just hope. You could extract it for Rego, yeah, so we can't just trash it, right? Because if there's no card to advance, NSIG still exists. Freedom, mind you, says once per turn, you may remove X virus counters to trash a card with installer play cost of X. They kept, which is frightening. Oh, okay. Well, we have 2 Rashidas. So if Freedom runs HQ, we could lose our Slash and Burn. If it was Audacity, we would have lost it either. So we could do Border Control Rashida Credit. We could do Border Control Spin Doctor, which might be a bit better. Because if this gets trashed from HQ, we feel pretty bad about it. It's hard to contest a Border Control click 1. Sorry, turn 1. Because if you put a Botchless on this, it also beats Cleaver, beats Boomerang. It is expensive, though. Why are the arts not loading? Do I still have high-res arts? I do. I didn't want that. If assets are bad and op is bad, then I'm going to be in hell. Yeah, it's going to be rough. Ooh, early Amakua. Sorry, the art is not loading well. I thought I turned off enable high-resolution cards. Apparently not. So we could res here. It's a 1 in 3. Fine. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, JNet looks like this. My train is about to go through Fort. Good luck, have fun. Thank you. So that was trash, so we get no Amakua. Here I'll res with a Spin Doctor. Still hits it. Feels bad. But Amakua is still on 0. Will you look for a -1? No, but you can always shuffle your deck. So Hortum's pretty good against Amakua. So we want to get something on HQ. I think Logjam and R&D is also fine. Armed Asset Protection shows up a bit more than Hedge Fund, and currently we have 1 type in the bin, so this is going to be +2 credits, which isn't fantastic. So we can do Thinking Tranquility here. This is where like Hand and Brain would be so fun to be like install, figure it out. We could do Tranquility, Rashida, and then just leave R&D open, which I think is okay. There's still 9 agendas and 37, which is relatively high. Trank Log R&D, Hortum HQ. I feel like we wanted to get the Rashida sooner than the Trank though. If that's the case, I'll do Rashida Ice Ice. It's either we do Tranquility Rashida Ice or we do Ice Ice. We can't really res all the ice, so I'm not excited to do Ice Ice, so I think we'll do Rashida Tranquility. Now the Amakua can deal with the border control, but eventually it won't be able to deal with whatever we grab from it. It's also like Stratagem only has 2 credits. So I don't like the fact that R&D is open. We've only fired op once, but there's still, like, this deck is on 11 agendas. Price hits a crew. Okay, so Logjam is a bit of a liability. So this looks like the other deck that, oh, it's Freedom though. We don't want to do anything here. Well, that's fine. There's a way in the game to triple advance a Hortum. Alex, how's it going? I don't want to triple advance it. Eventually we will. Tomb of Virus? We need those. Weird. Wild. That's not great. So at least this is making our Logjam better. All right, Turtle's cursed, but that wasn't good. Okay, we got a virus, we're good. Okay, so we have the Azief in hand. We have a Tucana as well. So we can do Tranquility, res, install for 2. The problem is that Aquaceres can blow up the border control, so we might just want another ice here. The issue is that if it's an ice wall, that's not good enough. So we can do Calibration in the remote server, gaining 2, and then we can pop the Calibration to get another Tucana, but I don't want to grab cards out of the deck. This is where this gets really difficult. Like, how do we deal with this? So we want to ice R&D. Archives is safe. We need to res everything. Aquaceres crew can blow up a border control. It can blow up, not exactly a Logjam, but nearly. And if it gets blown up, it is a disaster. Let's not pretend it's not. So maybe we push the Azief. Because we could do Logjam, Ice Wall, Azief in the remote server. Then we can score the Azief. If that's the case, we might as well calibration testing. It seems silly to use this as a resource. But we might just keep the Azief for next turn. And then we can put the Tucana in there. Parliament's another option. It costs 8 credits to score at the Azief. But we want to do Logjam. I think we want to do the Ice Wall here. I think our money situation is okay. And then the question is, what do we put on the Tranquility? Do we put the Tucana or the Calibration testing? I think we put the calibration testing because it gives us flexibility. I have barely played with calibration testing. It's one of the cards I don't know the name of. No expert, but I think you want to still aim to get the regolith with a spin shuffle. I'm not very good at knowing how important the regolith is here. There's a chance with the tranquility we're actually kind of golden, because this is going to give us enough money. Verbal coming down is pretty slow, and stratagem is on no money, so I don't think we have to. I think we have time to push ourselves forward here. So if that's the case, I think we do Tukana as Yef. Even Hollowman might be a bit much. We don't really want to get another advancement on there. But this means we can crack the calibration to get a 2-coster. Our 2-costers are, we can get a descent on HQ or R&D. We already have our Tukana, so we don't need to get the 2-coster. We can get the regolith, but the problem is we get the regolith into a new remote server, which is kind of cursed. So we can trash this to get a 2-coster. It could be the Tukana, and then we can install the Azyaf and score it. Then we don't have much to trash. So what are we trashing to Azyaf? Like, if they don't run, we don't have much to trash to Azyaf. So if that's the case, you could save Cali to get an Alice counter. Yeah, I think it's better. I think we do definitely want to save that for an Alice counter if we can. The question is, if we push this Azyaf, what are we scoring? What are we trashing? I think trashing Mavirus would be fine. Trashing Mavirus would be fine. So we can install Mavirus, install Azyaf, install Tukana. Seems like you jam in Hollow. I don't think we can afford it. It's really expensive. We also do have this Mavirus, so if something comes down to give the Amakua counters, or a leech comes down or something. Nice. Moshing's busted. 3-1 Ashen. 2 Mavirus to the bin means we don't have to ice it. We'll put 1 Mavirus eventually back with Spin Doctor. Probably don't want Cali into Azyaf, right? 2 trashes. We probably won't use the Cali on this Azyaf. We'll just score the Azyaf, I think, unless we top deck an agenda. Then we might tempo out. Devil Charm, okay, so our ice is blowing up. So if that's the case, we need to get a second ice on Centrals. Probably not HQ. Okay, that's good. So I think we just do triple advance. We'll trash the Mavirus here. No, the Mavirus is super valuable. But we want to get a descent somewhere. The Logjam's a nuisance, so we'll probably get a descent on R&D. So we can triple advance the Azyaf, res the Mavirus, fire the Azyaf, trash the Mavirus, get the Tukana to get ice on HQ, ice on R&D. I think that's the play. We also can not res the Mavirus. Is there any way we can get something in the remote server? If we use calibration testing, it will eat the Azyaf trigger. Like, we won't be able to, we'll op only once. I don't like using 3 Maviruses, but we have a Spin Doctor here. So we'll trash the Mavirus, get a 2-coster. We'll put a descent on R&D. We'll do the Azyaf damage. We hit a Steel Skin, bummer, and a Fermenter. And then we'll go get a Winchester on HQ, I think is a play. Our remote server is actually the weakest. And we're only on 3 credits. Actually, we might have overextended here. I didn't realize how expensive that was. Resing the 3-coster sucked. We get it all out of ice, but like our money here is probably regular something. Oh, Wrap. Yeah, we had a Wrap. I forgot Wrap was another 2-coster. I just went for a Descent straight away. Wrap was probably better. Wrap is much better. Tukana's low-key kind of expensive. Sort of. What was expensive is that we didn't fire Tranquility that turn. I think that was what was expensive. Because like a Theory Stratagem can contest the remote server. It's probably correct. I'm hoping they don't. Like if we had 1 more credit, we'd be able to border control. And even if you do border control to fire the Tranquility home grid, like that's fine. Hey Dan, how's it going? But yeah, they have a window here to be aggressive, I think. If we lose our remote server, we definitely overextended. Yeah, wraparound on R&D would be much, much better. This deck can't crew the wraparound easily. It's probably not playing a Fractor, so it'd have to botch us it. Yeah, this would be way better. Oh, never mind. Okay, so it has a Cleaver. Is Cali testing a card you can advance only? No, it's any card. But you have to end 6. There has to be a card in there. Going well, last minute plans to hitch up to Toronto for the districts. Oh shit, that's next weekend. Have fun, eh? Okay, so if we res the Ice Wall, That means they'll be on 1 credit and 1 virus counter, so they can trash the Tranquility at a minimum, which is pretty shitty for us. We'll res the Ice Wall just so we have something resed. Might be a world where you pop it for Regrith. Yeah, I could see it. So we're going to lose the Tranquility, which stinks. Before they get in. Oh, well, now we can't. So we could have popped it to get a 2-coster. Yeah, but nah. So let's see what they trash. The Tranquility for Freedom seems good. And then we could keep everything else. Yeah, we definitely needed that. I think we overextended 1 credit. I didn't do the math well. They can't trash it. They can trash the Trank. They can't trash this. Add Descent? No. Okay. So Armed Asset now, we don't have an Ice in there, but it is a nice click for 3, I think. We can put a wall-to-wall in there. They're going to be on 2 credits potentially next turn with Fermenter. We definitely want to score an agenda here. Do we have... We do have Hostiles. Hostiles would be pretty good. But we want to get back into our deck. I think the Tucana, we can trade the Tucana into Tranquility once we go back. So I think we can draw once, then Armed Asset. And then we can play the wall-to-wall on the remote server. This is where like playing op is so satisfying because I know I'm not doing the best possible lines. And like it'll just get better the more we play. So we're excited to take the time. It's cool that you have this much agency when you play the game. You don't just like top deck and hope your top deck does it. You can actually plan the future. Cali sees itself for N6? Wait, for real? You can Cali itself? So we could actually just go grab a Regolith? I didn't know that. We can't res Logjam and R&D. That being said, if they want to Amakua through this, they actually have to make work. They have to do something. All Armavirus out is kind of yucky. Like we could Spin Doctor back a Mavirus and a Tranquility. We probably do, honestly. But we actually probably need a Regolith back. So we could Calibration for a Rego. Bounce the wall-to-wall to hand. Yeah. Because you don't consider cost. Burble just like trucking along real quietly. There's a Consume, so we have to make sure they don't trash cards. Consume says trash a card. I think it works on Ice Destruction, right? Whenever you trash a Corp card, so it's not an access card. Okay. So now having access to Mavirus is really, really important. So we'll start here. Descent we won't do. In theory, we should have done wall-to-wall first. We'll draw a card. Oh my god, we could have popped the Spin Doctor first. Oh, fuck. Oops. I forgot. We should have popped the Spin Doctor first because we only fired 1 thing on wall-to-wall. We definitely popped the Spin Doctor back anyways. We were considering it. I wanted to see wall-to-wall first. Definitely we should have gone for the credit there. But yeah, we messed that up really, really bad. If that's the case, we can... Uh-oh. If we use Cali to op a card, can we put the advancement count on a card that we just opt? Yeah, I think so. Could probably redo that. No, we drew the card. I feel scummy about it. Probably could. But we saw the card. You're going to draw anyways? Yeah. I don't feel good about it. Striking the wall-to-wall since it's disappointing us. Yeah, but what do we get with this? Like a Rashida, maybe? I think they can contest. But we did goof it. We did goof it a wee bit. So we need to get back into the money. So the question is, what are we getting here? We can go get a Rashida. We can extract the wall-to-wall for Rashida, put in the remote server. This remote server they can run. We still have 1 Afshar in the deck, so that we have a code gate for the remote server, which is good. If that's the play, Holloman on HQ is like kind of interesting. I don't think they can contest this. Yeah, I think we will push forward. 10 credits is good, so we can res most stuff. We still have a money issue. I think we've not been playing that great. If we have Holloman, that's fine. The issue is we have to res Holloman before we fire Rashida, so we don't know what we're drawing into. But Rashida makes it very likely we can fast advance next turn. We definitely could have loved another credit here using the Spin Doctor at fast speed, but we might just do credit. Feels okay. You can do that Cali trick. The same worked with using Reconstruction Contract to trash to put counters on the card of Tutored. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. So you can calibration test and go get a 2-cost advanceable card, which I don't know if there are any. And then technically have the advancement on it. Are there any 2-res advanceables? My guess, Vlad Grid? Is Vlad Grid 3? I think Vlad Grid is 3. But Disabirsk, I think is 3 to res, 4 to trash. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any 2-cost advanceables. Oh, besides ice, but this is in a server. Yeah, in the server, in the root of the server. Essentially, was shouting out verbal plasticity being underrated. It is a painful card for me. We probably want to purge a fermenter sooner than later. I wonder if they're scared of Stavka. For what it's worth, this deck does run a single Stavka. I feel like still Stavka is such a good card. It's just like recursion is a bit more prevalent. But like understanding that people don't face check into Stavka is worth something for sure. Hey, Floating Fast, how's it going? All right, they're installing. Nope. They're installing Earthrise and Verbal, so they really want card drop, but this was like a 54 plus card deck, and it's running Ashen, so they definitely want to get through their deck. Sorry that the arts are not loading. That will be fixed next game. Banhar as well is pretty important. So well, Rashida, we might be able to score out an agenda here. So we'll do Rashida first. If we flood up. Ooh, Slash and Burn and Atlas and Cali testing. Holy shit. Gene Splicer, False Flag, Defense Construct, API, S Keeper, Isabel. So none of those are relevant. Maybe Gene Splice is actually relevant. Allele Repression is a 2-cost advanceable. I don't think it's in standard. It's really, really cool. Okay, so here, there's no Claw Threat. We can install Atlas. We can Slash and Burn, advance Atlas. I don't want Audacity this hand. We can also calibration testing to get an Atlas token. This will allow us to get a 2-Kana or a 2-coster. The problem is we have no more 2-costers in the deck. So that's not fantastic. So we might not Cali testing. Being standard matters. Yeah, sort of. Not entirely. It's nice that we can spin doctor the Slash and Burn back. That's for sure. But Atlas slash Cali advance. It's expensive, but it gives an Atlas counter, which puts us on game point in 2 turns because we have hostile into Audacity. The problem is we can't get anything good with calibration testing. I just want to check the list, but 2-costers, we have literally nothing left. We could Spin Doctor first to get something back into the deck, but I don't want to do that because we need the Spin Doctor on the table. So not my favorite, but an Atlas token seems important. This might be an overextension on credits. Yeah, it doesn't pull Oberth here. 2 Atlas counters is very strong. Yeah, it seems very strong. I just also worry that it's expensive. Install a 2-coster from your deck. I don't think we have any. I'm pretty sure we don't have any. We're not going to install anything else, so why not check? Yeah, we don't. Expend. Advance. We're on 10. Score. So we can choose a piece of ice from our deck and get it on the table. HQ pressure is reasonable. We can deal with it. R&D pressure is where we lose. I think getting a tithe on the table is kind of fine. It cost us, what is it? Nothing? Takes a card out of R&D though. And then we can discard some cards. So we don't want cheap trashables in hand. The ice is a bit all over the place. Might be worth investing in that and then just jamming on hollow. Yeah, so the idea is from this point on. Wait, why didn't we have 2 Atlas counters? Oh yeah, we got 1 Atlas counter, not 2. I did the math wrong. That's fine. So if we top deck a hostile, we can score it out. From that point, we have Audacity into a 3-2. And then we're just on hostile lock. Hollow Mid's going to be really important here. Banhar is on HQ, makes sense. Hordem is going to be difficult. They might have to blow it up. If they blow up the Winchester, then they get stuck by the Hordem. Running Archives tracks. So this will purge out the thing. That's why they popped it. So Slash and Burn has to go back here. Counting is hard. I'm literally going to count it. Yeah, hey, you and I both messed that up. That's fine. So what else goes back? Calibration testing is interesting because we're on 3-2 lock with an Atlas and we have all our border controls on the table. Putting a virus back in the deck is also pretty relevant. We have another Spin Doctor in hand, so I'm going to go with the calibration testing because it's a pretty reasonable top deck. Amaku doesn't get a counter. Oh, it does. It gets 1 counter, excuse me, which is actually kind of important. Okay. All right. I'll purge 3 times. The fun part about being the hand in Handed Brain is you can decide to purge or not during a run. Gives me something to do. Putting a Slash and Burn back is a misplay, you think? Why? So they don't get Amakua? I wonder if they're on compilation or HQ pressure. Imp also sometimes sees play. Stargate. That's last click Stargate. We don't mind that at all. Like now they can just last click Stargate, which means they can't pick up the card. It means they can control the top of the deck. But we have a Spin Doctor. This could be a border control, so we could shuffle in theory, not in a relevant window. And now they're passing. Okay. So we want to get a Spin Doctor on the table. We could top deck a Hostile and just totally pop off here. Descent, no. Oh my god. Yeah, we got Descent as well too. Yeah, there's a couple reasons. So I'm just gonna push it. They have one turn to win. Hostile, gain 7 bad pub, and then we'll just get an Afshar on HQ, I think. Cost us 13. So next turn, we just pull any 3-2 from our deck with Audacity. If they run through a border control last click, which they probably don't, we pull a 3-1. Yeah, they're in a really, really rough spot here. Stargate could win because we didn't get the Spin Doctor on the table. Man, Tucana is such a card. Didn't expect to be questioned about the line. Give me 5 to think about an option. Maybe the Amaku counter really matters, Axu. Big Frog Jam. The problem is like Frog Jam will get Devil Charmed. So Banhar's on R&D, so Tithe does what Tithe does. We also can shuffle the top of the deck with Atlas, so like we can always pull points back to our hand. They're actually breaking it with Amakua? Okay. So how do they deal with Descent? They trash Descent? Oh, Amakua, but of course. So if we res this Logjam, it could eat the Devil Charm. It drops us to 7 credits, which is enough. So I'm going to res it. It's 5 strength, so they can still Devil Charm crew it. Pulling a 3-2 to hand makes sense. I don't think it's a huge deal here. Well, hold on. They have 2 clicks left. Consume gets a counter. They're not getting to HQ after this. Yeah, you're right. They're not getting to HQ after this. But what doesn't make sense is that they find an agenda on archives and then they can run back. Because if we keep the Atlas, they can't run back. Our deck has 7 3-2s, I think, so we're not in a rush. So the idea is if they see 2 agendas, they can't steal both of them because they'll get a shuffle. So I think we don't use the Atlas counter. Slash and burn Atlas off the top. Okay. So they can get one of these. If they go back, then we shuffle, which is full random. That's really funny. Yeah, I think we wait until we see the top because if there's an agenda, we can pull it then. So they love the 3-2s in the deck, which is interesting. Hey, Gel Shots, Brain in Hand Netrunner seems super funny if you have all the 3-4 clicks for having full knowledge of full influencing to draw, play, run. Like you have to do all the clicks immediately. Like you have to lock them in. I think then you're playing an entirely different game. I'm surprised they're breaking all of Tithe. So now we Atlas. There's still a lot of agendas in R&D, but we'll grab the above the law, I guess. So let's see a random card here. If it's an agenda, we lose. They just win? No. That had to not be an agenda. Oof. Well played. Yeah, we have a counter. So how many agendas were left in the deck? It's probably pretty high. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4. There was 4 agendas and 14. So they were not super likely to get that, but every once in a while they do. Ob effect in action. Yeah, we obbed a bit hard. Because yeah, for sure. I don't think that was worth playing around. That we could have. Like, I don't think the math favors us to pull the Alice before the Stargate. Maybe it does. Actually, maybe it is the math. Because you remove 1 from the Stargate. But then the problem is if the Stargate hits 2 agendas in first and third, then we 100% lose. So I think we don't use the Atlas until response. So they just have to hit the 4 and 14, which is like, it's like 1 in 4. Yeah, I think it's the right line to hold it. I think the math doesn't support it. Weyland decks have a weird trick where agendas float to the top of the deck. Yeah. We should play more Nuvem. Thanks for the game. That was a close one, though. I think we did botch a couple turns. Like, the turn that we botched with the wall-to-wall is definitely something we can learn from. So we'll get better for sure. This is why you run self-replicating code wall. Why? They break it for 1 with Amakua or Cleaver. All right, unlock. Yeah, we'll run it back. Cool. It was fun though. Like you feel the like acceleration is pretty high. That's trash. It's 1 strength. Yeah, they break it for 1 credit. Like it's welcome to Kesselroyd. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, Pudma. Hey, it's Ron. Best of luck. Have fun. We've played against this Pudma deck before, I think. So we want to get something annoying on R&D. The issue that I run with this deck is like none of our face checks are actually scary. Like this is where like Stavka's kind of cool, but not turn 1. But like you can face check into anything all the time in op. And besides Stavka, it doesn't matter. And that is kind of frightening. Like it's just so wild that the face checks on this deck are not really relevant. Winchester can be sometimes. Tithe is whatever. Like I don't know where they're going to play Anvil in this list. but I just don't know how we can put something on R&D to slow down Captain Padma. Maybe my 3x Castleroy 3 deck sack W 3x Lotus Field. I think that you can't do that in standard anymore. All right, Tithe on R&D is at least something. So we can set up, we can do Tithe on R&D. Board control and HQ I don't like. This deck might be on burner. So the question is, how do we ice up here? We can start with a Spin Doctor, and then we can do ice R&D, ice HQ. And then next turn, hopefully hostile. I think that would be the best case scenario. I mean, maybe we just score out an Aziev. I don't know. Turn 1 Cali to Kana play. We don't have enough clicks. If we install Cali to get Tucana, we can't score on top of it. At least the agendas are in R&D. Oh shit. Wait, there's a spin under the table, Tron. Why are you cataloging me? With the hostile, you don't have enough clicks. It's 3 clicks for hostile, calibration is 1. Catalogger gets a charge, which is pretty cool. Like, I think with 4 agendas in hand, we don't flinch against the cataloger. If Tron spends a click to get an agenda here, I think we're okay with it. You can do it? How? How? With slash and burn? So install hostile Cali, pop Cali, summon Tucana, advance. Oh fuck, because Cali saves a click. Yeah, right. Nah. Because you install Cali, install hostile, pop, get Tucana. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Create a conventional last click. There's no agendas on top of the deck. Yeah, I forgot that this does something. Don't worry about me. Do we do that play now? It shuffles the deck, which we don't want, though. Like, I think we don't shuffle the deck here. I think we just do hostile, advance. Calibration. So we could have done, thinking on turn 1, we could have installed calibration, install hostile, res, get a Tucana, advance the hostile, and then get 1 ice, which we'd have to ice R&D, which is not great. So it's cool to know we can do it, but I don't think I love the line. Now, giving a Shaper bad publicity on turn 1, not fantastic. We can knock Tron down to no cards in hand by doing Aziev slash and burn. It shuffles the deck, though, and I feel like we don't want to shuffle the deck for the next turn, because then we don't have to deal with the cataloger. So if that's the case, we also can push in a remote server, but I think we're just going to score this out. It sucks to not score this on top of a Tucana, but I think shuffling the deck is wrong. The other option is we can shuffle the deck with a Tucana to get an ice on R&D. The question is, what ice are we getting? Like, what ice do we genuinely want on R&D against? Like, I honestly don't know what ice we put on R&D to make this annoying, because you can just bounce off of it. You don't send the thinking? Oh, thank you. F it. I don't love that we're not getting anything off of this. And giving bad publicity turn 2 is not great, but Prisha, okay. I think that we allow Tehran to pop the Spin Doctor here. Nice. That's cool. That's really, really cool. So we can probably still do it. We can do Slash and Burn, Cali, Aziev to get a spin on the table. Hold on. Oh, we just drew a spin? That's really funny. So now we can do install calibration, install Aziev. Sorry, install calibration, install, yeah, Aziev. Res calibration to get a Tucana, Aziev, the Tithe. Oh, but then we fire op twice, which we don't want to do. But we actually can score out this hand. Put after an R&D is honestly the best that we have for a minute. So R&D is still not shuffled. So we can do install calibration, install Aziev, get a Tucana, slash and burn. The problems with the slash and burn, if we score the Aziev, we want to trash this for 0 coster. So we would just slash and burn the Aziev to go get a Spin Doctor from our deck and open up R&D. I think that's maybe okay. Yeah, it deals with our hand. It clears our hand out, which is nice. So we trashed a Simulchip and a Spec Work, open R&D, too many cards in hand. Do we need a Regolith? Yeah, we could need a Regolith. With calibration for Tucana, we're on 3 points. So if R&D is open, not my favorite play. We could have opened up the board control in HQ, but we needed to trash a 1 coster. This we have to use. So we'll put back in the slash and burn for sure. We'll probably put back in the Spin Doctor, honestly. The Tithe is a pretty annoying piece of ice. But now we could get catalogered. The thing is we can only lose 1 point, so it's fine. And by 1 point, I mean 1 agenda. I think that might have been a reasonable trade. I'm not sure. Now we can put a Horde on R&D, which is fine. 4 cost code gate, 4 strength code gate might be difficult to deal with immediately. No action. Running back. Okay, stole a 2-pointer. Great, fine. That was 3 clicks from Tron for 2 points. Feels okay. Tron knows that we have a Winchester in hand. So I want to set up, the calibration testing has to be in a remote server for its text to be relevant besides ops text. So we can get the Spin Doctor on the table, we can hoard him R&D, we can break lock, which I don't love to do. The Winchester on R&D is honestly not terrible. It's trace 3 to keep the cataloger. Tron has money. So we could do spin. Yeah, we'll just start here. Okay, whoa, there's an SZF 2 down. So Tron was calling our bluff there, not giving us the SZF on mandatory, but now we have an SZF in hand. So if that's the case, we probably want, Tron knows we have a Winchester. We'll just put the Horde on R&D. The Winchester on server 5 actually might be okay. It's either we ice up the Spin Doctor or we ice up a new server, and the new server will have calibration to score it in the future. Obviously using Winchester like that is a bit cooked. Like it's not great, but I think it's what we'll have. We could maybe have swapped these ice. The Winchester's trace 3 is the only thing that matters, which Pudma doesn't have a link, but you can still catalog her through it. Tron doesn't luckily have a lot of options with only 2 cards in hand, but dealing with the Spin Doctor costs 1 credit. I think we'd rather have that in the bin. Will cost 1 credit. Maybe Tron's hoping that this is the Winchester because Winchester remote is like not, doesn't make a lot of sense. So we'll see if, oh, okay, that's good. We're just getting cataloger punished. Just infinite catalogers of all Padma's doing. So we'll get a credit back. And a click left as well. So we get a credit. We slap Vandal one of those subroutines. So how many points are left in the deck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 agendas and 34. Not a huge chance we hit here. That being said, Tron will set up the worst draw for us. And if Tron does want to run back, at least we get a credit. Tron loses the bad publicity. But I think this is just going to be all catalog all the time. This deck's also not on a Crisium grid, which I think is a reasonable inclusion if your meta calls for it. Looks like Tron's not ripping the buttons. So running back, okay. It's going to be on 2 points. Sorry, 4 points. Can't believe how many agendas we've seen so far. Okay, that's not the best agenda. So there's a Rashida on top. So a couple things we can do. We can move Virus for a Descent to put on R&D or a Wraparound. Wraparound's really good because Lab Vandal can't beat it. So that's probably a line. I think we do Mavirus for Wraparound, Rashida in the remote server. Click for credit. Whoa, wait. Can we win? No, do we just win? Install SZF, install calibration testing. Advance. No, we're 1 counter short. If we had another Slash and Burn in hand, this actually is lethal because Tron has 1 card in hand. Is there any way that we can win here? If we do Mavirus for Hollowman, we run out of money. Rego time, I think we need to stop R&D. R&D might hold. Is there any way we can fast advance this? Kali, Aziev, Hollow, is that enough? Install Kali, install Aziev, advance. No, we're just short. We're short. We're not only 1 credit short. Aren't we a click short? Because this is 1 advancement, install, advance. We're short 1 advancement as well. It's not only the credit. Because, oh, if we Kali for Hollowman, so we Kali Aziev, we Kali for advancement, we Hollowman, we get 2 advancements, but that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're 1 credit short from that lethal. Yeah, it's because we can Kali into Aziev, into Hollowman into Aziev, but we're credit short. So if we Mavirus, I think we do Mavirus for Regolith. Because if we Mavirus into Wraparound, we're going to be on 3 credits, which means we can't resist Winchester. And then we can't protect the Rashida. So I think we're just going to do the load bearing Regolith and assume there's no agendas on the top. This shuffles though, actually. That's so bad. Ah, piss. Yeah, we're 1 credit short again. Just Rego turn and leave open the R line for next turn doesn't draw up. The problem is if we leave open R&D, we shuffle. And then it's actually not unlikely cataloger. Maybe it doesn't win. Maybe it only gets 2 points, but we want to deny that. Oh, wow. We get a Rashida. Oh, okay. We'll use the Spin Doctor. So we'll put back this Spin Doctor and I think I'm a Virus. No, I'm a Virus is not right. Okay, cards in hand, nuke on the table. We won't shuffle. All right, so now we can move virus into Regolith. So we can do Tranquility, Mavirus, Sandstone. Discard a card. HQ is cooking. We can probably trash this Winchester, I'll be honest. It's not great in the remote server, especially in that position. We have to get rid of a card here. Ouch. 2 spin doctors are out, so whatever we discard's not coming back. I guess it's the Sandstone. That might be wrong. Yeah, we were 1 credit short of lethal there, which would have been really, really cool. So here our plan is like to res the Tranquility, Mavirus into Regolith, use Regolith, and then install an upgrade on top of it. Onacom's coming down, okay. Ooh, Bravado. All right, this is going to drop us down to 3 credits. If Tron runs HQ in a bad spot, on 3 credits, you could run HQ. Yeah, you know, it could be an Afshar. Holloman. Oh, wow, that was lucky for us. Okay, so res the Trank. Oh, we can't res both. Is it Rumor Mill behind you? Arbiter, how's it going? Yes, it's been up there for years. Princess Space Kitten. Why trash the ice instead of just building a new remote server? Oh, that's a good point, Passamald. I never considered that. I don't think we're going to be punished for Mamakua. We could have just built a new remote server and then kept that as an option. I don't know if we might want this to shuffle it back into the deck, though, because it's pretty good with Tucana. But the problem here is that we can't Tranquilvirus. If we click for credit, technically that's... Yeah, we just power Rego. I think we do. So we'll just do this on Tron's turn. Does it make sense to click for credit? But then not really. All right. Amazing. Yeah, it's been there for years. It used to be the yellow sign, and then I think that's been up since like maybe 2020. My partner drew it. The problem is now when someone's sitting at that chair there on the gameplay channel, they have like a cat butt right next to their head, which probably should be reconsidered. All right, now we have Trank at the Regolith, so we can grab a 2-coster. So we can do Regolith, Regolith, Res Trank, Fire Regolith to Op first, and then install the Cali testing. Can we trash the daily casts? We can trash the daily casts. It's our whole damn hand, though, so that seems bad. So we do Regolith, Regolith, Trank, and we put something on top of there. Do you think Tron can deal with border control? Probably. I mean, yeah. The Call of Cthulhu Arkham Horror? Yeah, exactly. That's the one. All right, so we can Cali testing. No, I think we just finish Regolith. Fire Trank, put an ice on there and score next turn. I think we're going to go a bit slow here. So we'll res this first. Then we'll score this. We'll get a 1-coster from our deck. Oh, it's a 1-coster, so we didn't have to res this Trank. Oh, piss. Shouldn't have res that. Okay, I guess we're pushing now. It's either the Cali, and then we can score the Alice to get a Tucana. That's probably better for us. We'll be on game point, maybe. I'm not sure if Pudma's here is on Clot. Sure, they could move the table for a different part of the massive Metropole Grid complex. Yeah, the massive space. This table like takes up 90% of the room. There's like so little room on the other side. I thought I wouldn't have enough room in the space, but luckily it's actually like gotten kind of cozy. But mostly it's because I used to have a tripod there and that sucked because you couldn't walk through there. Big swing time. Muse into Botulus? To Melandra Gem. Okay, cool. So we're at threat 4. So we're going to bypass a wraparound by trashing it. Holy crap. Are we just losing this turn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 4 agendas and 23 cards. That was a lot of influence. I could request the cat butt chair. All right, so we can't interact with this. We actually can. Hold on. We could shuffle with calibration testing. The problem is it doesn't do much. So we could consider shuffling here with Cali and get a Tucana. The problem is I don't want a Tucana. I think we take the risk here. There's no way that Tron finds enough points. If you like Carcosa, Hester, COC Arkham Horror, I could not recommend the Delta Green Impossible Landscapes campaign highly enough, but you should play it first. It's an RPG? I have not played really any tabletop RPGs. So we fire calibration testing. We shuffle our deck, get a 2-coster. The 2-coster, not too convinced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 4 agendas in 23. It's very unlikely that we lose on R&D. If we do, we do. But we have to take some risks here. I don't feel like we're ahead. I think Tron struggled to put the cards in order. Yeah, looks like we're safe. Nice. All right, so we should score out. We're going to trash the pawn shop or the daily casts. We'll win in 2 turns. I think we just trash the daily casts. Oh no, the pawn shop is more. You just lose if you try to score soon? Well, he has to figure out how to deal with the wraparound still. So if we install the above the law, calibration testing, get another ice here. Yeah, I think we just trash the pawn shop because it's +3 credits and not +2 credits. And we think we're going to win next turn. The problem is if we don't trash, like if we trash the daily casts, it makes Tron think that we don't have the win next turn. But if we trash the pawn shop, it sounds like we have the win next turn. We got also Azyef, but we're going to fire calibration testing, so we don't need to get the value. So we'll get a Tucana. We could have just got a Descent, actually. That might have been better. Yeah, it takes another card out of our... This takes another card out of the deck. We could have just got a Descent on R&D. That probably was right. So we'll Tucana for a border control and R&D. And we'll trash the daily cast. I know that the Ace Ups gives it 1 more credit, but this kind of doesn't make it obvious that we have the win next turn. Trash pawn. I'm going to trash the daily cast just so it doesn't look exactly like we're winning next turn. It's obviously 1 more credit for our opponent here, but it's the best we have. All right, border control. Can we get Descent on R&D to gear check Tron? Yeah, I was going to go for the border control. Descent was fine, and we didn't have to use Tucana. Fire all. So now we'll get an Afshar. And there's a chance that Tron doesn't have real breakers, so this might be tricky. A Melandra will get a single run. Another slap handle. This is last click, so we're fine. Tron could have jammed HQ in 1. What do you mean? Border control's HQ, I think. I want to pretend it's not the case. Like, Catalog is unlikely to win, but Tron now only has 1 click, so cannot interact with us favorably. So we'll have the win from here. Nice. Cool, we got there. Hey, GG. Yeah, I was going to give some good pressure on RD. Luckily, I flooded up. There was a turn where I was 1 credit short of flatlining. Yeah. Wraparound is crushing. Yeah, for sure. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Huge deal. Yeah, it looks like the only way that Tron could deal with the wraparound is by like removing the Melandra Gem from game on threat 4. It looks like this deck doesn't have a way to deal with the wraparound because Slap Vandal does not get a high enough strength. This is a strength Icebreaker Trojan. So the only way to deal with the wraparound is 1 of the Melandra Gem. So there's a chance that the border control in HQ was safer. But we already had 2 border controls. Well, sorry, we already had 1 border control there. So maybe R&D was safe. Maybe we could have done an influence count to say like, you're not playing 3 Melandra Gems. Thanks for the game. I feel like our mid game is so sloppy, but then like we make up for it. Like once we stabilize, we pop off and then we win in 2 turns. Like the turn off that we do nothing and like set up a a tranquility into a virus, like it feels so bad on tempo. And then the next turn, like you just fly forward and score 2 into a 2 into a 2. Made my good friend and wife cry during a DG session, so I stand by it being great. DG is, I wrote an adventure for Arc Dream for the RPG Godlike. Good fun. Oh, cool. Delta Green. Oh, cool. I always imagine pouring liquid into this kind of ice placement. Yeah, it'd be nice. It would be nice. You get like a nice clean rectangle. Which deck makes the best ice cubes? This one seems okay. Man, I just wish our ice hurt a bit more. Like, unironically, do we ever play Anvil? Because, like, Anvil, nobody deals with well. It's a terrible face check on turn 1, because assumingly they install a card. And it gives us the flexibility to trash cards to go get our combo pieces. Like, I wonder if this is underexplored, or whether it's sufficiently explored and not worth a slot. Because, like, this is a Central's only ice, but this thing is super, super, super frustrating. I've, like, really been annoyed playing into this. There's a couple decks that just can't do it. They just can't run enough into it. Dow. Okay, so we're assuming this is Hermes Dow with Conduit. If that's the case, all we have to do is not overextend. We have 3 viruses, so we're not super worried, but like Hermes Dow is like incredibly swingy. This is like Conduit, and then 3 copies of probably Aeneas goes pretty hard. I think we're okay just scoring a hostile before we have to put ice on the table, so we'll keep this hand. Just install Buzzsaw? Yeah, but it has text. You can't break it. The question is, who's it hurting more? But hey, thank you. Best of luck, have fun. Forecast might be a full slot with board control. Okay, so we're gonna put an ice on centrals, and we'll see how bad it is if our opponent face checks into us, and then we can get op value. I don't know. I'm just gonna score this out now. I don't want to ice centrals and then like have the sharp move. Oops, sorry. Score. Sorry, I forgot to score. Play Airblade then? Yeah, but nobody is. Like, you can hush it sooner than you'd Airblade it. It's just like Airblade sees no play in the modern meta. I despise Anvil. An ice card that says actually don't interact with this at all feels like a bad design. Yeah, it's very grinder. It's like incredibly grinder. I do agree. I don't like how it feels. Hey, Tron, good game. Yeah, ID ability not firing. Pretty good. Top of R&D. There's 9 agendas in 43. 8 agendas in 42. Daily cast. Okay. So what are we icing up? I don't think we ice up HQ. I think we can just put ice wall remote server, wall-to-wall remote server. I don't want it to kind of an Aziev. We don't have a way to go get one of our things. So thinking the wall-to-wall is good. Into Hermes, like pre-advancing your ice is like kind of sus because it usually gets bounced. At least it's an ice wall. So we probably just get those 3 cards down on the table. Ice wall, wall-to-wall, and we'll Afshar, honestly, R&D. We don't have to be too particular about our remote server placement. If that's the case, we'll do this on R&D. Or sorry, on the remote. I don't think they have a huge incentive to run centrals. If we get Bernard, we get Bernard. Like, imagine they face check into an anvil and we just like trash a daily cast. Like, I don't know. That sounds good. Like, people are not scared of face checking. Like, we res it for 3 credits, they lose a credit and a daily cast, and we get a spin doctor. Like, obviously I'm carving my situation, but if they just face checked here, which a lot of people would consider doing on the remote server, and it is the thing that we want it to be, it's like really good for us. Draw, gain credit, advancement. Okay. Okay. Now the wall-to-wall's a bit ugly. We could have considered bouncing it. I autopilot a bit there. We can make another remote server, which is not a thing I think you want to do against Dow, because there's just another place they can put garbage. So if that's the case, we can do Sandstone Holloman, pay 8 to score an Aziev. So we can do double install and just like play slow. Icing HQ, you have to be important that we don't install ice on the table. That's not useful because of their ability. We'll just get this in server 2, I guess, to set up. It means that in theory we could push next turn. And we bounce the wall-to-wall after we do enough of its triggers. I recall Whiteblade running Anvil and Big Op a long while ago. Yeah, and Big Op, I'm not surprised. You got like 72 cards. Why not? Draw a card. That's honestly not terrible. The problem is we have to add this to HQ and then we'll lose it. I think I could do it. Okay, do we Audacity this whole hand? It costs us 3 credits. Tucana gets an ice on R&D, which interacts with Dow somewhat unfavorably. Huh. This is before the Hermes comes down. We'll put Hollow on the table, to be honest. I am someone who underuses Holloman. It seems way too expensive for me. The question is, what are we trashing to Aziev? Like, we could trash the Tucana to get a Tranquility home grid, which seems kind of mid. We could let the Tucana fire. If that's the case, we probably shouldn't have bounced this. I think we just go for the Regolith here. I'll just do what we're prescribed to do. I don't think we have enough money. I feel like we were playing a lot less as we were PD deck. Afshar and Winchester are kind of meh most of the times that we're prioritizing other servers instead of covering HQ. Okay, Hermes, we gotta res this, which is nice. I agree. I'm just worried about Dow. Like, if you don't ice your centrals, it's like Hermes conduit and you lose the game. Because like now, anytime we score an agenda, they pull ice off the table. Gauss is coming down, so they really want to send it. This is just like so swinging. If this connects, we're like cooked. It's not unlikely not to connect. There's a lot of agendas in the deck. But like, it just pulls you apart. It is very much a problem. Okay, we have a descent. That's okay. So we can get regular 3 times to get tranquility. Hey, morning Zeke, how you doing? So that's good because then we'll have money and then just hope R&D holds. So we can take, get a 1 coster. It could be tranquility. It also could just be like a tithe on R&D. The problem is like tithe into Dow is a bit unfortunate. They have 3 cards in hand. Yeah, we'll just do it. We might have wanted to get another card out of hand, but on 21 credits, I don't know if they'd be scared. They run R&D for 1 credit. Gauss actually, oh no, Gauss pays 3 credits. Oh, it's bad publicity. It's fun. Never punished. We can't get punished too bad unless they just rip agenda into agenda into agenda. Because like as soon as they steal an agenda, the ice wall moves over and we have no ice R&D. It's just kind of frustrating to deal with this. This is where like I want to play slower. Now they grab a conduit and the game is kind of cooked. We just need a virus. Okay, not that soon. But this is like a frustrating play pattern to play against, I think. So we have 2 mab out. Yeah, that's not good for us. Getting a free purge is super important. Because soon there'll be no ice on R&D, right? Yeah. Jinx, yeah, now we're cooked. I think we should have iced up R&D better. I think all you have to do against Dow Hermes is like, just put more ice on the table and play Glacier. Because now there's no ice on R&D. It's a shame that like Dow doesn't see play in like nuanced ways. It sees play in like brute force, like, oh, you have no ice ways. Feels like they can challenge every server at once. Well, yeah, they can, because like if they challenge R&D with Hermes, our remote server doesn't make sense anymore. They're kind of taxing themselves out. Well, it's bad publicity, and now R&D is free. No, all good. All good on my side. So we have to figure out how to purge, which is hard, and we have to get enough ice on R&D. Yeah, like now we have less of a board state. This is where like it's a real feast or famine. Breaking ice wall for 3 credits, poor Dow. Yeah, but they only have to do it twice, and they have bad publicity. We could consider rezzing this. Now they see 4 cards, and we're very likely to lose. Skill diff. This is where like I think you have to play this kind of like PD and just ice up centrals. I don't know. Maybe PD is about building a remote server, but like, how do we not lose here? Like maybe we can get a Stavka, but they know what we're drawing into. So border control into Mavirus is a line. They're on 6 credits. This is Sandstone Afshar, so we should push the Aziev. We're not totally cooked, but we're pretty cooked. And the thing is, like, anytime we score out, it'll push us backwards too. Double ice R&D instead of ace Q. Yeah, we're gonna double ice R&D and put something in the remote server. The problem is if we score the Aziev, one of them gets bounced. Descent, yeah, we're gonna try and do 2 different types. We want the border control because it can get him a virus at a minimum. We want the descent because it's a code gate. And then we have to put something in the remote server. The question whether it's Holloman, which allows us to score from hand, or whether it's Aziev, which allows us to trash the ice wall to go get a spin doctor, that might be fine as well. We'll just do something like that. Descent, border control, and RD, Aziev remote, yeah, for sure. But like, the margins are so thin now. So if they get 1 run on RD, we're really in a bad spot. Now they can just wait for us to score out. Okay. They know what we're drawing into. Oh, we have 2 Audacity in the deck. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. So we can install Holloman, use Holloman. That's not that much better than just triple advancing Aziev. We'll probably trash the ice wall to go get their final spin doctor. That breaks lock and shuffles, but with border control, we're pretty okay. That means we'll have 1 ice on R&D. If they get the border control, we're in a bad spot. Is there anything else we can do that gives us agency into this? Need hollow for click compression? Yeah, we probably do. I don't know if we put a 3rd ice. I don't know if we just purge. We could like consider purging, but if we do Holloman wall to wall on the table, that's probably it. And then Tucana. I think Tucana is really important to Dow. The problem is like we have to put the ice on the table before they do Dow. Yeah, I think we install Hollow, install Tucana, install wall to wall, and hold. Now, I'm scared of Tucana again. They just put our ice somewhere else. And then next turn, we'll haul him in the SYF and then have a click to jam, which is probably pretty important. Wall-to-wall will work here. I don't know if we want to draw because we haven't broken lock yet. Yeah, we probably do draw. Gain a credit at a minimum. Yeah, Hermes is really bad when you play 11 agendas, that's for sure. So we need to figure out how to purge. If we don't get him a virus, we have to spend a whole turn purging. What's the most annoying card we can get R&D? I think it's a border control. Even that's not that good. Imagine we got an anvil. All right. I'll draw. Okay. Place advancement. It can be on anything, right? Yes. BC is the purger, yeah, but they can bounce BC to our hand potentially. I think with trash, it's either the ice wall or the wall-to-wall. The ice wall means that they can't put ice on HQ, but they're going to swap one of these, bounce one of these. So it's actually really important we trash here. I think the wall-to-wall is good. Yeah, we will reinstall it. We have 2 clicks, so we'll like put a wraparound on the table. Probably not wraparound. So it's either we trash the ice wall and have less ice, but I think the ice wall is now a liability. It's 2 credits for Gauss though. Yeah. 0 coster. Yeah, we'll get a spin. We can't put a Rashid on the table. That's good. We can jam that next turn. So we'll do the SYF first to see what we hit. We hit a Hushik, holy shit, and a Fazarum. So they had our number with that Hushik. They would have definitely won. We don't even need to purge that. And then we can get something on the table. So we have good money here. The question is, what do we get? It won't be bounce. We need something that hard ends around. I'll just put a border control on R&D. It'll probably end up on their mode server. We're happy if that's the case. So border control will get us a virus. I'm assuming they put the border control on the remote and then they bounce the advanced card, which like, that's good. That's our best outcome because our remote server still is a code gate. And then Sandstone goes back to hand. Yeah, great. We made that narrative by advancing. That's actually pretty sick. The question is, do we just lose in the remote server? I do think you need to defend a moat. Now with the border control, I'm feeling okay-ish about it. We also could just like fast advance this Atlas, but Atlas with the counter is how we get out of this for sure. So if that's the case, we can install the Atlas, put the Stavka on server 2. We just don't want to overextend in terms of credits. All right, let's see what they're up to. We could win in 2 turns. So Atlas and Stavka sounds good, yeah. Because we hit their Fazarum, so the face checking is a bit scarier for them. And we can Atlas out for a minimum 4 credits. Technically, we can spend 5 to get a counter, which is probably the play, because then we win in 2 turns with Audacity. We just need to make sure we don't get ripped apart. Stavka feels like R&D. I don't think so. I think border control, all we need to do is basically get him a virus with border control, which should do enough. Especially also because we get the border control on the Tranquility, so it costs us only 2 credits. I don't know if they're running the remote server. They should. If they ran the remote server without the border control, we would lose. And we just don't want to lose. Yeah, me too. This is Kikai's list from Nottingham, 1st and 2nd and 16th. Yeah, for sure they can run the remote server. I think we need to stop them. The question is like a lot of times DAO players with Hermes, they oh, do you know what we actually lose to? We lose to Iru. I don't think we can respect Iru. We might just lose to Iru. Echelon, okay. Hyperbaric, okay. Overclock? We don't mind. It's board control last click. Action? Ooh, interesting. No, thank you. Why would they ask for action? Oh, that's fine. So we just res a border control, get a purge. If we res a descent, it costs them nothing. We have a res descent though. I don't think we want to res it. Here you can find crazy if it's in the list. We don't have it. Just need to make sure we don't dip too low. Yeah, we need a res this border control. So this is going to be okay for us. We could still lose the single axis. So they pay their bad publicity. We end the run and we get them a virus. Yeah, the Mav will definitely go into the trank. They pay 2. Okay. So end the run, search the deck, Mavirus, server 2, gain 2 credits. Wall to wall will give us a credit. We can still lose, like if we overextend here. This is the problem. So wall to wall, I think gains a credit. We could draw a card. I think we just want to make sure we have enough money. Move Holloman. You good, bud. Wait, what? Pop spin for wall to wall. I don't think it's super important. I don't want to draw more cards. And we don't care about the advancement. So it's popping spin just to be able to like return this to hand. It's popping spin for a credit functionally. And I don't think we want to do that. So we have a lot of options here. So we can at a minimum Atlas advance, then we can repair, and then we win in 2 turns. I think that's what we do. We always crack them a virus for a 2-coster. We can get the descent in the way, which doesn't matter. The wraparound doesn't matter. Wraparound costs 2 credits, which is something. We can score Atlas with advancement. It's only 2 clicks, yeah, for sure. The question is, what's the rest of the turn? Because we could Audacity as well. Leave Slash and Archives to entice free purge. We already have the free purge for what it's worth. So let's see what happens. So 2 Kana, we can get an ice on the table. So they can deal with everything. I would love a Hordem. I think a Res Hordem is the most annoying for Hyperbaric. Hollow Arg for 2 counters. I think we're only going to do 1 counter because otherwise if we don't, they bounce R&D and then they can like see a lot of cards with Conduit. We need to be able to ice this up. It's probably Boarding Control. Boarding Control swaps this remote server to be Descent Afshar. Hordem ID seems right. The problem is it's going to move here. So like our choices are not super important. Like legit Winchester goes on R&D, yeah, but then Winchester just ends up on the remote server. Like they're going to Hermes it. Yeah, our choice here doesn't matter. Our choice is basically what do you want on the remote server? Or what do you not want on the deck? Five credits only. Still need the counter? What do you mean, Laura? Holy, wait, are they pivoting to server 2? I think they're going to contest server 2 here. They've changed their plan. I think we're okay with that. So do we just last click Armed Acid Protection? What's the Atlas going to be for? The last agenda. So we can grab a 3-2 and Audacity or Slash and Burnout. The Atlas counter is really, really important here because we're functionally at 7 points. Yeah, that's the best play for us because we have Boarding Control. Hordem cost them 700 credits. Plop Mav for Regalo. I don't want to. I want to keep them a virus at all costs. I think we just Armed Acid here and throw out the Slash and Burn. Crack Virus. I don't think we want to take a card out of R&D. Like just so we can hit Regolith once. Which is also in our, no, we just play Armed Acid and throw out a Slash and Burn. We have Boarding Control, sure, but like, I don't want to purge here because then they can check archives as well. Like we don't have a 2-cost yet, let alone we don't want it. We want to be able to respond. I think we just do this. So we're safe to HQ. We lose to only Clot, but we have them a virus too. Like keeping them a virus for Clot's technically useful as well. We have no reason to purge here. You can Hollow in Slash. Yeah, we have Audacity Holloman. Like I think we have a lot of options. And also like in theory, we can be virus for the Holloman on R&D. Technically not really, sort of. Get 2 cards from the Trank? I don't know. Why? With what? With this virus? I don't think so. I think this is enough. I think this is enough. I feel like virusing just to get 2 credits, we'd rather control the narrative. Because we also know they're on Fazarum, right? And they could be on Clot, potentially. I'd be surprised. But I feel like there's so many reasons we want to keep them a virus. We don't want 2 credits. Oh yeah, for next turn. For next turn, we have a lot of options, right? We can install Holloman, Audacity. We can grab a Slash and Burn. Like we have so many ways out. Ideally, we use the Atlas to grab a 3-2. The fact that they iced a backup R&D, like that's so good for us. But we'll see if they could just Hushik us. Or, like I don't know what weirdness is going to happen here. Iru is a problem though. Like I don't think we can respond to Iru though. We don't want to put ice on R&D because then they just archives because then they just move our worst ice to archives and don't install Iru. But like Iru is the one thing we lose to. Just notice the remote is 1 upgrade of every color. It's the D special. Look at all these people hanging out together. Every faction has its representation. I'll bring the efficiency. I'll bring the weird win condition. Ice. Yep. Yeah, I think this remote server is panicking them because of the Holloman, and even if they trash it, they're okay. So that might be the case, but they might have a trick we're not expecting because a lot of times the Hermes Dow list has have a trick. Oh, Deep Dive? Are they on Conduit, Deep Dive, and Hushuk? Could just install Slash and Burn as another option since we can pop a virus to get it out of the remote if anything goes wrong? Yeah, we could. All right. That should be it. So we'll draw a card. Regain a credit. So there's many ways we can do things. We could have got more Alice tokens. Ooh, that was getting bad until it turned around. Good game. Thanks for the game. I think they had to pressure R&D. They had choices. If they were on Eru, we were probably in a pretty bad spot. But pressuring R&D would still probably work out. You see how bad Hermes is for us. Like Hermes Conduit is like such a absurd role when Dow gets going. Hey, thanks, you too. Because like you just have no ice on R&D, and then how do you deal with Conduit? Because you have to get ice out, and if you get ice out, you don't purge. So Hyperbear kind of weighed them down. It actually didn't matter that much. It mattered for the Whoredom, but like all our other code gates are 1 cost. This feels a bit greedy in a deck that like in theory could make it so there's no code gates, but I understand the idea is that you put all the code gates on one server and eventually break them for a credit. Knew that there could be an agenda in HQ, but couldn't quite afford 2 R&D runs. Yeah, I was yeah, we was surprised you let me keep the BC on R&D. Do the spec work off the top. Okay. Yeah. I assume they would get the boarding troll off of R&D, force a purge, and then they still have a chance. Like the deck has so many agendas, they just have to touch one of them. And then if they do that on first click, we can't safely use the Atlas to put the agenda into hand because then they can shoot 1 and 6s. Still kind of confused with the Hushik. It's like 3 costers. I don't know what the Hushik is. What's the Hushik number? What's the good Hushik number for you? There's no way I spelled that right. Yeah, not even close. I've been enjoying RLC for stuff like that. Install Ice then Purge. If that's the case, Lockmanos, you might want to play business as usual. Because like business as usual actually is a pretty big boon to play against like viruses if you're playing like Weyland Glacier. Because you can purge and like install an agenda, purge, advance. Like that's so cool. Not that you advance that often in this deck. Muse, DZ, Gauss, and Coalescence. Okay. My guess is because they're on spec work, a lot of those cards don't stay, but the idea is they want to leave all these 2 costers on the table and then Hushik. Neat. I think it's tricky though, because they have like a lot of reasons in their deck to not leave these cards on the table. Remember when we were so doomer on the Conduit run? Yeah, but Axu, we probably should have lost. I'll be honest, I don't know. We like clawed it back, but we were as doomer as losing 6 points on a turn should be, and then they still have a Conduit. I can pull a 1 in a pinch. Yeah. Like the Hushik is fighting against the Conduit. Like running and seeing 4 just seems better than looking at Hushik and seeing 5, but yeah. Oh yeah, always Hermes. You have Eru? Eru is also a 2. Like if this deck had Eru or if it had Beatrice, we'd be in a really bad spot. Which I think having those alternate attack angles when your deck is like Hermes Conduit high roll is super, super valuable. Yeah, you have cheers. No worries. Hey, cheers. 5MU is tight to use Muse. Yeah, that as well is like if you need to Hermes for your Coalescence, this board state doesn't allow you to do it. So I don't know, maybe they're on DZ because this is another 2 coster and that works for that sort of engine. So there might be other parts going. Hallman costs 1 credit to save 2 clicks is cheap. I can't get into that. Like it's such a weird roadblock that I cannot spend 6 to save. If you don't fast advance with it, you're spending 6 credits to save 2 clicks. So it doesn't feel as expensive as it is. But it is a bit expensive. But saving clicks is super, super valuable, that's for sure. Especially when you have to deal with Hermes. How are we doing? 3 o'clock. We can definitely get some more games in. If we're feeling like really masochistic, there was I think Koga. Was it Koga? I think posted a Nuvem list with 59 cards. And are we ready to tilt? It's expensive, but it's tempo. Yeah, I agree. RC for Mav and FA. The other reason I've been liking it, playing some outfit. Hey. Yeah, I could see it. I just wish it was less influence. Isn't RLC like 3 influence? This is the card that I'm surprised there's not an altered for. It's like such a cool card. Oh, it's only 2 influence. Okay. I like it a lot. Don't play Nuvem, it'll go badly. I want to enjoy the stream. But one day it'll be good and I'll just lock in. It'll be like the easiest Nuvem gaming. Don't do it. Don't play Arasana. Will melt the Sob. Flash J. It's like a mixed bag. Op into Arasana is both volatile and non-volatile. right? Because Trojans obviously deal with all our ice relatively trivially because we don't play Magnet. Wraparound's kind of interesting, but also we can destroy our ice, which can push us forward and destroy the Trojans. So it's like kind of a mixed bag. Like board control's hard to deal with, but we got bodied by a lot of stuff. Like this is the sort of deck where you need to get something stuck in the remote server for like 1 or 2 turns to financially recover, and Arsana's good at dealing with that. Yeah, no worries. Seems like you cannot select a deck. Oh, I didn't watch too much of the district, which is this weekend that NSG streamed. I think there were some technical difficulties. It was streamed at a relatively low resolution. But it was like 30 players is my guess. Yeah, sure. Yeah, do it up. There's trick shots in it. It is Arasada. Okay, we're gonna get Trojaned out with Spree and Botchus and stuff. We tilt a lot playing against Gyro, I think, because it's just like Botchus Spree deck with like 3 burners. It's just like an absurd amount of pressure, and none of our ice matters, and that always gets me. District was such a fun time. Did you play droids or did you cast? I imagine you played. What did the meta look like? This is the thing where like I get anxious if I was entering a tournament if I can't predict what the meta looks like. And when it comes to like online North America district, I have no idea what the meta would be. Literally no shot. You were TOing. Okay, that tracks. Can NSG talk about the number of folks who registered just to get spin doctors and did not play? And I don't mean that as like a diss. Like how prevalent was that option? Did I miss the rotation wheel discussion? Yeah, you did. We spun it. We got Shaper, which was like honestly not a bad rotation at all. It was green too. Nice. The wheels line up. They lose like Pawn Shop and Diesel. I think Diesel's the most impactful, but like most engines work totally fine. Oh, and then you lose like 2 Trojans. Good to go. That's all good. We won't be able to do a rotation wheel on Thursday, I don't think, unless we do it with guests. All right, it is probably what we think it is, which is Botchus Arasana. We have Descent. We have Board Control. That's the best we can do. If we get Bernard, we're cooked. We'll keep his hand, though. Yeah, we'll miss Diesel. It's a really weird thing to see whether it'll get directly reprinted or not, or just say, like, VR-cation's good enough, which, like, doesn't seem like it is. Just Cube on Econ Pawn Shop? Oh, Diesel's huge. Diesel's really, really big. All right. So R&D is not going to be as pressured, right? We don't have Trick Shot. I think Diesel's pretty easy replaceable. I don't think it is. Even out of faction, I don't think it is. Like, Nuka is just a fair bit slower. So... hands in the air like we just don't care. Pinhole and lose. Like, Nuka is 3 clicks to draw 6 cards and a credit. Which, like, Earthrise is, you know, the credits instead of the clicks. But it's a mixed bag. Right? Like, for tempo for this turn, you don't want Nuka. This is good value, though. Okay, never mind. R&D does matter. Ooh, we lost a Regolith. So he knows that we have... oh, we could shuffle. I don't want to shuffle. He knows that we have a Sandstone. We just lose a Slash and Burn. This remote server looks pretty okay. Nuka could get there. We're on 5 credits. Border Control, 2 types of End to Run Ice is pretty good. CF doesn't have anything to hit, which is a bit underwhelming. We know this deck is on burner for sure, so Winchester and HQ is like kind of okay. So here, Board Control and R&D is okay. I like Board Control and Remote Server a bit better, but clearly there's like, I think there's a chance that Gyro just took the deck and changed 3 Trick Shots to 3 Maker's Eye, which is probably not the play, but if that's the case, there's some respect happening there. I'll ace HQ. I think we might be okay. The problem is we have a credit issue because we lost our Regolith. At least we have an extract, but we'll see if Gyro runs here or not. Personally, I think NSG should try to rotate the entire Shaper card pool, but that's just me, I guess. In 6 years or whatever, when the Liberation cycle rotates and Shaper's unplayable. Okay, if we res this, we go down to 3 credits, but then we have a resed ice. I don't care. Oh, we do only slightly care about this. Icing this up actually put more pressure on it. This doesn't deny a card draw, but this drops us to 3 credits. I think we just have to hope. Maybe icing this would be better off having 5 cards in hand. Gets a res Winchester. This gives us 3 credits so we can still res. I think we will do it. Like, we might extract this, but we probably IZF this. I'm not on Hush. Okay. That's a lot of information to give us. So we'll see if you break one of the subroutines, like the end the run and lose the coalescence. I don't think you care about the coalescence that much, but at least takes resources and credits, and then we can either IZF this if we have money, which the remote server we can still res, or we can extract this to go get a Afshar, which is kind of fine. All right, Trace 4, trash a program. I'm not going to boost into that. Trace 3, trash a hardware, have to fire. Trace 3, end the run. Gyro boosts into that because it gives you a card and 2 accesses. It's a fine enough swing for us. We just got hope. Sandstone, extract, nice. Tried lightly the remote server. We're so cooked. I think we'll end up extracting. I don't think we score the IZF to go down to 0 because this looks like an upgrade in the remote server if we don't do anything with it. We'll see if Gyro face checks. Jailbreak R&D, yeah, okay. Just touching as many cards as possible. We'll let that through. This sort of playstyle is really powerful against a deck with 11 cards. And I think, not all the decks, but like, yeah. Tread lightly so sick, I wish I saw more play. It might in a world with that inside job. I'd be surprised. Okay, now running the remote server. So which of these ice do we want to res? We in theory have to res both because Arasana could deal with 1 ice, but maybe not with 2. So if Hush hits a slap vandal here, the ice wall is the perfect punishment, and then we extract the descent for tranquility. Oh, Botchless. We'd love to trash that. We can also return it to our hand, but now this will end the run for sure. So we can't extract actually because we're like credit poor. We want to deal with the Botchless because it's this deck is running Spree, throwing out a Diesel, but on 0 credits. So we return this to hand, then this server is contestable. If we don't return this to hand, you can't Spree this server because Botchless will be on 1. So unfortunately here we just do credit, credit, credit. Ooh. Click for 2 credits. Click for 2 credits. Maybe it was a bit too soon, but we definitely need to get our tempo money up now. Now we'll extract this and have slightly more money. In theory, we could have not played this and then we could have played next turn and got another credit. That probably would have been better because if we click for a credit, we'll get the credit after we extract this if we extract this. This means we can res the border control though, so there's some value in it, but like mixed bag, whether we should have played that for 2 or not. Again, this is the thing is the deck doesn't run a hedge fund because it's on low credit thresholds. Okay, simulchip it to the Botchless. So there's a possibility you can actually run this. You break past trash break, so it uses resources. But Gyro in theory can contest this. Nice. Throwing out the burner, there you go. Okay. I don't think we're gonna add that to hand. I think we're gonna extract that. Oh, that's really good. Oh, but we have an AZF in there. I don't care. Extract, get a 1-coster, we get the Trank. That goes into server 1. So the simulchip can, like, you now still can deal with 2 ice. Border control might matter more on the remote server. So Sandstone gets Botchless to get slap vandaled, all that sort of stuff. Hortum is a bit better for us. We can put a Rashida on the table and not care. I think that's fine. Gyro doesn't really have the time to go deal with it. That kind of betrays that this is an agenda or an asset, because otherwise we would have put the Rashida in the remote server. So maybe that's not a great play. Oh, but Tranquility already fired, so mixed bag. Oh, simulchipping there for the coalescence. That's fine for us. I think we're much more worried about simulchip for something else, but that's a good kickstart. That's +4 credits. So what Gyro needed? Hey, Monica. Oh my God. Offers are signed literally my last night with the wifey. This is a really hard matchup potentially, right? Like it's weird because you can trash your installed cards to do op stuff, but also on the other side, most of your ice gets eaten by Trojans alive. So it's a really strange. Okay. Rashida got trashed. Might have been a bit aggressive. I didn't realize he would pull out a coalescence, which made that a lot better. The Rashida looks like a spin. Yeah, I guess it does. So maybe he doesn't run it, but he does. There's so much tutoring on both sides. Yeah. The fact that we know that he's not on Hush helps a lot because Hush also like makes this matchup pretty swingy if you're playing envelopment and of course you're playing border control. So if we SZF here, we probably trash the ice wall for a spin just to get more cards in hand. We can't put the spin on top of the tranquility. Oh, this is fine. This is puts 2 cards back on the top of the deck. So, or probably on the bottom, and I think that's okay. Fire all, okay. Trace 4. So we actually can, wait, we can boost this trace. This can't be right. This can't be the play. Cost us 1 credit to make this run unsuccessful. Yeah, you can undo it. Because it's trace 3 and the run, so we start with 3 credits. If we pay 4, it's 4 credits, and Gyro can't beat it. Yeah, there's no way this can be the play here. And even if you find an agenda, it goes on top of R&D, which board control's there. Just 2 players and a half pipe together trying to outskate board trick each other. Expecting to live in the consequence of my actions. You don't have to do that. I feel like you learn better when you get to fix it and realize why it's the case as opposed to deal with it. Because when you deal with it, you just play a worse game. I'm a big proponent, as you might know from Undo Click on this channel, of not like, oh, sorry. Whoa, wait a second. I thought that was, you see what I mean? The hardware one. You see what I mean? It's like you're better off seeing what the right line is so you live that life and see what that life looks like. It's really funny. Sorry. I'll for sure pay 1. No. You just paid the ETR. So you can gain 3. And I'll end the run. It's weird that the command is end run, not end the run. I think many people are used to it. Did we break JNet? Close prompt? Uh-oh. It says you're in a trace prompt. Just spend 0. We might have to undo click. What a mess. But that's what I mean. Like, undo click. Oh, do I need to? Okay. We'll do it right this time. Yeah, that's actually probably right. Fire. So trace 4, trash a program. Okay. Trace 3, trash a hardware. No one cares. Make it unbeatable. Trace 4, end the run. Okay. Okay. So Ice Wall for Spin Doctor, fine. As yeah for Ice Wall. We'll res this border control to have a res border control. In theory, Gyro can get through it. We'd love to get a credit back here. Our credits are not good. If it's a single axis, we don't pop border control. In theory, we could pop border control to get a calibration testing last click, but it's not fantastic. It fires as YF, which is nice, or sorry, Tranquility, but we don't need that sort of click compression. All right, so we can do triple advance, trash the Ice Wall. Not fantastic, because we're not going to get a lot of value. Very importantly, the card that we trashed as YF cannot be installed in server 1 unless it's an upgrade, because the YF is there, and it'll be a very bad thing to do. This is a mixed bag. We go down to 2 credits. We can't res the Whoredom. So we could trash the Winchester and leave HQ open to go get a 3-coster. We could trash the border control to get him a virus. And that actually costs us 1 credit. But this is actually a really awkward board state. I don't think we score this out. F it. So we cannot put a Rashid in server 1. Okay, we trashed a Botchless, that's good, and an Onicom, that's good too, but we're down to 2 credits. Now, I don't know if Gyro can contest the Tranquility. I think it is the play here, and we have our Iced Res, which is pretty good. The deck seems to be on 2 Botchless, they're in the bin, 1 Simulchip is in the bin, 2 Jailbreaks are out, 1 Maker's Eye. So just click for credits. That's very good for us that we get to keep our Tranquility because we cannot afford to protect it. Okay, above the law could matter. Atlas could matter as well. So we'll probably install here, go to 4, install an ice, click for credit. That means we can only res 1 of the ice, but if it's a board control, that probably goes far enough. Above the law will contest any resource. We've seen few resources. Would we rather score an SZF and push ourselves forwards? I'm not sure. We really want a Mavirus here to get a 2-Kana or some other sort of click compression. Let's do Atlas, because there's a chance we can get a calibration testing, which would be good. So barely enough to res 1 ice. Now, border control always can get a Sandstone, and that can be tricky to deal with, but we'll see what the case is. Gone through half the deck. We haven't seen any environmental testings, so if the money is like, if you install a daily cast here, we'll feel pretty bad for not having the above the law, but it's actually very likely we can't afford this Atlas. Let alone, I don't know if we want to score an Atlas with no over advancements. So the best top deck would be Mavirus, install gain 2, just click for credits, and then we can do Mavirus on his turn, and then we pop it for a Tucana, Atlas for counter. After discard step is a paid ability window. Start of my turn. Is there? I don't think so. After discard, there's one on my start of turn. And oh yeah, after discard, before end of turn, there is the window in which you can stone ship for that. Yeah, so after discard, there is a paid ability window. I don't think you can res cards before end of turn. And that's used somewhat commonly. Who's on your t-shirt? Rockstars, how's it going? It's Mercury. This is a gift from Etienne, an Italian tournament organizer, for the helping support the Fly Day EMEA tournaments last year. This is drawn by Flora Facci, who's done a lot of like really cool, all these sets of the runners from the Liberation Cycle, which were part of the Fly Day EMEA stuff. Yeah, it's really cool. I got a choice between the 3 runners, so Seb, Mercury, and Ari, and I thought Mercury was pretty slick. They were all really good. So we don't have a lot of credits. I think this might look like, I don't know, a Regolith. We did lose a Regolith. We can consider using our Spin Doctor to shuffle back in, but we still have 1 Slash and Burn and 2 Audacity, which I would rip an Audacity maybe here. It's Andre's favorite ID. Hey, SRN, how's it going? I like the character a lot. This character, mind you, Mercury has like no abs drawn on. I got to get a Sharpie and get to work. So border control is definitely what we have to res here. We'd love to get 2 credits back, but if this is hit by the Botulus or Slap Endel, we have to like pop it immediately. If we pop it for an upgrade, like a Mavirus, we won't. Actually, hold on. We can do something really cool here. So we'll get 2 credits. So we can fire border control here to go get a Mavirus. The Mavirus will give us 2 credits, which means we can res the Hortum on the run back. The other option is we just pop the boarding control and get a 3-cost end the run. I can't tell what is better. That is fascinating. Whoa, we got choices here. So if we pop the boarding control, we can either get an ice that probably ends the run, either a Sandstone or an Afshar. The other option is we can go get a virus that fires Tranquility, and then when they run it, we can res the Hortum, which bankrupts us. Then on our turn, we can fire them a virus for a Tucana, but then we're on 2 credits. I think we just go get the ice. It might be right to go get the Mavirus here, because the Mavirus is clicklessly 4 credits. Grab 3-cost ice, maybe? I don't know. If we grab the 3-cost ice, we're on 2 credits next turn. Like, we can't score out. We'll need ice on the server, though. But I'm pretty sure next turn we can just put the Sandstone in here. I want to do the cool play, I think. I think the cool play is get him a virus, go to 4, end the run. They run back, and then we can, like, res the Hortum. And then maybe he can deal with the Hortum. But that means that we can pop that for a Tucana, which puts us on 4 credits. Yeah, the map play is really cool. I'm going to do the cool play. Oh, calibration testing is cooler. Calibration testing is much cooler. That's such a cooler play. So now they run. We get an advancement. Yeah, they can pass the Hortum then. Not getting them a virus value is rough. Yes. But that means that they have to have the 3rd Slap Endel in hand, which they could. And then we can still res the Hortum. If they res the Hortum and Slap Endel, they can't trash all of this. They'll steal the Atlas. But if they do that, the calibration testing is at least harder to contest. So that might be better than a virus. But they probably have to run here, because this is like honestly quite frightening. We've used Op, so we can't crack this for a 2-cost ice, which would be kind of cool. Even if I bottom you out here, you can score a 3-2. Yeah. Because we can gain 2 credits clicklessly and then advance. So it's hard. Advance. So even if we have no money, he can't stop us from scoring out. Besides like a pinhole. And even then, we just pop the calibration testing. We just don't get Op. The question is, what's the face check like? And honestly, okay. Looks like we get it. Install Simulchip. Okay. Action now. Whoa, wait, I've never seen anyone do that. So you install a Simulchip, discard an admin, get the admin back. Admin at 1. That's slick. I think you're allowed to do that. Okay, admin 1, we're not too worried about. It beats border control, but like border control becomes something else. Like it's really hard to admin against op because they're obviously very flexible with their ice suite. Whoa, okay, we have slash and burn. So we can slash and burn. So we heck yeah. It's just a really hard deck because like admin has to deal with sandstone, and sandstone like obviously goes up and down a heck of a lot. So we can Cali testing, go get a Tucana, put an advancement on Atlas. We can slash and burn to get more advancements on the Atlas. Yeah, I'm just gonna vibe. So we get the Tucana, put in server 1, gain 2 credits. Then we can slash and burn, which is not a real cost to us. Spend. So this puts 2 advancements on a card. We can advance again. Score. We'll just go get a wraparound for the remote server, I think. What server do we need to protect? R&D, I don't care. Admin doesn't deal with board control that well. He's on 1 credit. So put this on server 1. We've already fired this, but that's not a reason not to push the next agenda into the remote server, which I think here would probably be the above the law just in case, but he's really struggling on credits. We can win in 2 turns. If we install this next turn, though, we lose the Tranquility Home Grid trigger. Unless it's a ZF. If it's a ZF, we can go trash something to get a Tranquility Home Grid trigger. We can go get a 1-coster. We have no 1-cost upgrades. Yeah, we'll just put this in the remote server. It's fine. Credits are really, really tight here. We also now can pop the boarding control for a 3-coster and then spin doctor the 3-coster for a regolith. That might be a reason not to put the ASYF in here, but we're assuming we're going to pop the border control and we'll probably just get him a virus and fire it on the Tranquility. This is where the Tranquility is like so strong in this deck, because like interacting with the border control means we get +2 credits if we're not getting ice. And that's really difficult to deal with. This list is cool. It is genuinely quite cool. But that being said, like if you don't land your regolith, it feels like our money is in absolute shambles. The fact that we have an upgrade in the bin, or sorry, an agenda in the bin, means the armed assets are a lot better. So this is a run on archives. Yeah, it tracks. So we have to bring the slash and burn back. The question is, what else do we bring back? I think there's a chance of calibration testing. It makes the last armed asset a bit worse, but then we have a calibration testing, which is a really strong thing to tutor for when the boarding controls are on the table. That might be wrong, but that wastes a click. Creative. Okay. Back to us. So we can score the ASYF, trashing the wraparound, getting a 1-cost ice, putting on R&D. I think that's fine because we don't really care anymore. The problem is we can't fire Tranquility this turn. And we really wanted to fire Tranquility this turn. That being said, we only need 0 credits to fire the Tranquility to score hostile. So there's a chance that if we do this line, our opponent needs to still trash the Tranquility home grid. So we can trash a 4, a 4, a 2. We can trash the Tranquility Grid to get a Spin Doctor. We can trash the Tucana to get a 1-coster. Now this wraparound doesn't matter. So we'll search a 1-coster. Wall to wall is good, actually. And then we can do a ZF for damage. We hit a Slap Vandal and a Dirty Laundry. That's pretty good. Now we can get an ice for free on the table. On 1 credit, we can score out next turn to the Trank sticks or the wall to wall sticks. We can grab the hostile. So if that's the case, we'll put an ice on R&D for free. Technically we could spend 1 credit, but we'll just put a tithe on R&D. So now we're threatening to win by grabbing one of the 2 copies of Hostile, install Advance, either on Tranquility to afford it, or wall to wall just gives us a credit. So Gyro has to deal with both of these, or get Claw on the table, which I'm not sure that he's on Claw, considering the influences like Botulus, Phazarum probably, which is like 9. I'm putting my phone in the air fries for acoustics. Don't let me forget it in there. Brennan, it's okay. I think reception gets better in that little Faraday cage. I'll check in. I'll do an air fryer check-in. Hopefully you're not cooking. All right, 4 clicks, 2 agenda points, border control and R&D. And if you run it, not only will we end the run, we can give ourselves credits and a Mavirus. But give ourselves a Mavirus, we can go get a 2-coster. Not super relevant. We have no 2-costers actually in our deck. The admin is contesting. Technically, we stacked 2 1-costers, which maybe that's on us. Making lunch. Enjoy it. You're making me hungry now. All right, we're sending it. We can get an access through. It's fine. We don't need to pop boarding control. So Tithe, giving us a credit actually does matter. So do 1 end damage. Tough board save for the runner side. Only 1 admin installed. But look at R&D. Fire all will gain a credit. We probably will boarding control just for a sandstone. I don't know why we wouldn't. Do we need to use op on any point of this turn? No. So we gain 2. Okay. So we will just boarding control and pull, like, okay, hold on. If we don't pop boarding control here, we can interact favorably with Maker's Eye. We could lose to a Maker's Eye. It's possible. So we could let this axis go through. 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's still 6 agendas in 24, so 1 and 4. If Gyro steals 2 hostiles, we're still fine because we can Audacity this above the law. This also could be a deep dive turn, though, and that's what I'm more worried about. So if this is a deep dive turn, we probably have to crack the boarding control. I think I'll respect deep dive. Take the card out of the deck. We'll just put a sandstone on R&D. Actually, I think I'll put an Afshar on R&D. Oh no, admin 1. I think we'll do a sandstone. Sandstone is 2 to break with Botulus or with a Slap Vandal. But yeah, I think we could lose to a deep dive. Not actually, unless you have to steal an agenda on R&D to lose to a deep dive. And then you still need a click gainer. Afshar is funny because you break it for 2 credits. This you can't break exactly. So now Gyro needs cards in hand. If there was no deep dive threat there, we probably wouldn't crack the boarding control. Oh yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah. I win next turn a lot of the time. Looks like Gyro forgot that we have the Alice token, which means we can either grab Audacity, we can grab Hostile. We can grab a Slash and Burn. Yeah, it's hard. And now I have enough money too, because of both Tranquility, Wall to Wall, and the 4 credits. So it's hard to stop us from scoring out. Even if we top deck the Hostile, like you can score out a Hostile with Audacity for free. Yeah. Yeah, he's been pretty far behind. This is where admin also doesn't see play, right? Like spending 4 resources on this card that only breaks 1 type of ice, like it's probably not it. Turns out Trickshot was a lot better than Maker's Butt. Who knew? Yep. Did you do the linear swap? I think the linear swap is just 3 overclocks, or like you do 2 overclocks, 1 jailbreak, something like that. But like, this does not do what Trickshot does. Yeah, I could guess. Because Trickshot, I'll give you money to set up. This just lets you see 3 cards and it costs money. It's like the opposite of what Trickshot does. Well, sort of. All right. We'll draw a card. Gain a credit. Place an advancement. Let's just score out one of these. Gain 2. Let's do Slash and Burn to get it more play on JNet. Am I gonna goof this? No. Hey, GG. All right. We held against the Trojans. We got low on credits. We got lucky. We got the double cheap ice, which is pretty good into Trojans. Otherwise, we'd have to res 2 ice, and that's hard. Hey, cheers. Back from a quick errand. Thank you again for the match. David, did we play? What's your handle? I don't know that. Wait a second. Did we actually play? I think there's a chance that there's a lot of folks that I don't connect the handle to the thing. I was a DAO player. Oh, okay, cool. So wait, what is your handle? You were S&D Works. Oh, I knew that. I did know that. Good game. Thanks for the game. Hey, Gyro. Yeah, sorry about that. The Trojans didn't fully connect. I do think the Maker's Eye, like, even sending on turn 1 2 credits for the 3 card access, like, it's good if it rips, but it's like the tempo that you kind of need to contest the remote. I don't know. It's obviously like not the most easy, like, straight swap. But yeah, Trickshot does a heck of a lot for a deck like that wants to run on minimum credits. It's 3:09. We can stream for a bit longer. Let's grab another deck so people don't get too bored of a thing op. But op has been pretty good. Pretty cool deck. Okay, I'm going to do the bad thing. I'm going to play a Nuvem deck. I can't be stopped. The deck is way too poor to fit Makers. Yeah, imagine paying 2 credits for something. I know, 2 credits, and you also need to get through R&D if they don't ice turn 1. And for what it's worth, they're icing turn 1 a bit less. Dredge the Dredger, 4th in Milano Districts 2025. It is a 59 card Nuvem deck. I hate this. Axu, don't do it. I have to. Remember last time? That was a week ago. I'm not going to remember that. This is definitely, I don't want to say a pile, but it is a commander deck for sure. We have win conditions, we have punitive, so that's nice. We have a single end of the line and no obvious way to get tags. Corporate Hospitality is a cool card because recursion makes a fair bit of sense. We have, seriously, it's like basically a commander deck. And then we have reasonable ice. We have 20 ice, which is good. A lot of the ice is okay. 3 descent, just to be able to like deal with problems. 2 spin doctor. At least we have descent and corporate hospitality, and a single load bearing regolith. Jumps on JNet. Yeah, the agenda suite is like not great because we have to score to 9. I'm imagining some people might just die to punitive, but like the chance of us lining up 2 punitives is pretty difficult. We have a whole lot of different things, but like Koga is really cool. Koga builds fun decks, so we'll give it a shot. I don't expect me to be happy after we play these games, but like any excuse to try another Nuvem deck. I just want so much to have a Nuvem deck that I can play in person that I'm like happy with, because I don't think I've ever played Nuvem in paper. Played Nuvem for a while when I got tired of my games lasting 45 minutes. We've been drawing so bad with Nuvem every time we play Nuvem. And I think the 54 to 59 card thing is like such a big deal. Because you just get the wilder swings, like the self-regulation doesn't happen. Okay, we're Mercury. We only have 9 agendas. This hand is sick. Economic Warfare 6 credit swing. Thanks, you too. I will. Main D says hi. Oh, get out. Welcome back. We have Afshar for HQ. We're probably going to put a Pharos on R&D. And then just call it a day. Grinding on your content. Oh, get out. Winchester's not great on HQ because Mercury can like just see extra cards. But there's 9 agendas and 54 cards. Yeah, really good time to get back. So someone should go and DDoS Jaina to stop Andre from playing this. No, this will be fun. Imagine we drew a terrible hand to Mercury, then I would already be tilting. Don't mind this deck. This might just be like inside job spam. Who knows? We have to deal with Eru, which means icing up archives. It was inspired by, well, I'm just going to send it mindset against Pat. All right, at least we don't have a good agenda density. So let's see if we don't draw an agenda here. That is one of our 2 spin doctors. Pretty rare occurrence in this world. So we are going to put Afshar on HQ because it hard ends the run. We'll put Pharos on R&D, which will tree line it eventually. We can't play this event because it wasn't a successful run, so just click for credit. Arsana Art knows no borders. I feel like there's still a lot of flavor text on JNet that's missing, and it's notably not written by NSG. I think it's written by like community volunteers. Border control, border control. So as much as I've been playing clean Netrunner lately, this is a brain off touch cards kind of deck. Yeah, I think there's some finesse to it. All right, Subliminal will be sick. They just set up with a class act. We have a drone deployment. Okay, we're just going to start in tempo for it. Find us a hedge fund. All right, that's something. We could do Rashida Winchester. Compilation deals with drone deployment. I do not like, I guess we do tree line remote server and just say like, this is what we have. Played several versions of Nuvem, and the Seamless version feels best in general, although 3 Punitive, Basalt, SDS, and Trojan was fun too. I think Seamless has been the only Nuvem I've really enjoyed for being such a good way to score up Basalt, and Basalt is like such a power card. As much as I feel like half the text on Basalt is still like a bit clumsy to me. But yeah, I agree with that. Tree line cred, yeah. I just started with the Spin Doctor, hoping to draw an event because we have fired Nuvem 0 times so far. Don't worry about that. But we're at 0 for Nuvem. Dirty Laundry, we cannot res this. If Mercury sees 2 cards here and steals a Basalt, we have no cards in archives, I will be upset. Sick. We want to get our stuff res. Like, I don't want to tree line the Pharos before Hermes hits the table because then it just gets bounced. If we res these Afshar, we won't be able to res the tree line. So it depends on when it's ran because we don't technically have to res HQ into this. Oh, actually, now we do want to res this. The problem is like this trades credits for the Rashida. I think it's a fair trade if we do it because if we res the Afshar, we get a res Afshar, and man, the D loses 8 credits. Right? Because you lose 5 to the laundry. Sorry, 7 credits. Now, if Rashida comes down, that's a worst case. They should be aggressive on this. A lot of times Mercury doesn't. Falsified. Guess Acid. Okay. We'll res Rashida. So they should run it last click. There's nothing we can do to punish this. Yeah, it turns on Eco and Warfare. I was worried that they wouldn't be on credits, but now we have a click for 6 credit button. They don't run the Rashida. Oh my, okay. I think there you want to force the res for sure. So we just got 3 credits and 3 clicks. We break R&D lock though, but I'm surprised we got that. Whoa, there's an STS on top. Okay. We drew one of Regolith? Okay. So I think we're going to Economic Warfare to see what's happened. There's a Basalt Spire on the top of the deck. I don't want to draw that, so we're going to feel good about Nuvem. We're going to trash that to gain 2 credits. They're down to 3 credits. We'll install the Rego in the server 2. We'll just res it and use it once, I think. And then we can throw out 1 SDS. We're going to have to use the Spin Doctor anyways, and I think those are fine cards to bring back. LBR online. What's LBR? Wait, what is LBR? We also have a setup where we can give archives and do punitive 6. So we don't even have to shuffle archives. The problem is like they can't steal SDS drone deployment. This is where like having punitive as your win con and a 59 card deck is like a bit suspect. Okay. So ice. Oh. Heck yeah. Another ice on R&D would make some sense. I don't want to get diversioned. Yeah, load bearing regular. Good catch, Cobalt. That's exactly it. We have it. I need to make this higher. Hold on. Chat pop up. Oops. That doesn't block. Yeah, that seems better, I think. We'll figure that out. Okay. So R&D has a couple agendas. We don't care too much because of punitive. So the question is, what card do we not discard? I think Winchester on HQ makes some sense, just so that we don't get hit by that. We have to play around Eru to some extent, or like even some people play that run archives, see every central server. Hey, I'm the Nuts. Hey, Andre, are you planning on finishing up the series about starter decks out of SG? Hold the phone. Ooh, interesting. We could give them 6 credits. 6 agenda points. They don't know we're on punitive, but they might not steal the SDS. That's the problem. So I think we're going to Spin Doctor these away, but they might not steal the SDS because it's optional. If they do, if it was just 2 Basalts, we'd probably win the game unless they play a class act. So I guess we will. So the problem is with System Gateway is that with Elevation coming out, we're basically going to return to like System Gateway and Elevation based deck building stuff in like the next month when the new set comes out. We'll be focusing more on the newer player experience. In terms of System Gateway, I think we mostly covered what I wanted to cover. Now, once you have Elevation, there's a bit more deck building, which is a bit more interesting. And we want to also get some tabletop play in as well. So we'll get more to it for sure. They won't steal SDS. If you don't spin them, you'll know something's up. Yes, for sure. They can see it coming a bit. But if we had 2 Basalts there, we could give it and just hope that they don't have the second class act, which actually would be the 3rd class act because they threw out one. Uh-oh, okay. I'm okay icing up archives. I've already started rotating my collection. I have a couple events between now and then, so I don't want to do it, but I think I would love to be able to do it. Economic Warfare. Oh, fuck. I'm already Nuvem tilting. What the hell, Nuvem? We're good. Oops, all spires. Shuffling them back. We drew 6 points in a row. The Nuvem seems better than your last one. Mixed feelings. Excited to hear that. Really appreciate your content. That's very kind. Thank you. It's hard to do more newer player content because like talking about startup just doesn't make sense because everything rotates. But when Elevation comes back, we'll be able to focus a lot more on that sort of stuff. So it's been a bit quiet. I told you. Start choking. Oh, sorry, Aksu. This will be great. I'll have fun with Nuvem. It's going okay. The problem is like, how are we going to score out? I think we need another ice here, and then we do advance it, install advance, and don't care what happens to the SDS. So like, it's going okay. We just want to draw another ice. Boomerang and Winchester. Okay, that's fine. And Jailbreak. Okay, so it's up to them to trade away their breaker. So if we res the Winchester, it strands the Boomerang. If we don't res it, this they have to break 2 of the subroutines, but it eats the Boomerang. I'm okay with this world. They only see 2 cards, mind you, because of they have to break a subroutine, which means Mercury so far has only fired once this game. Because every card of Basalt Spire. It does something when they steal it from archives. Okay, they can choose to steal that, and then they'll lose most of their board state. Is Angelique threat 3? Yep. So if we have like wildly top deck punitive, like this is the weird thing is there's some turns in which you punitive click 1 to see the top of the deck, and if it's not a punitive, you trash it, then you draw a card. They didn't steal it. I like that a lot. Now we have to score it, so they have to suffer, unfortunately. You dare play an off-meta ID, curse a flood? So we'll talk about it, but like big decks flood more often than small decks. It's like the self-correcting shit. It does. Remind me to talk about this after the game, but like the fact that Nuvem draws this poorly is actually not a surprise. The smaller your deck is, the more likely that when you draw an agenda, your next card won't be an agenda. The bigger your deck, the less you feel that impact. Like this just happens all the time with Nuvem, and it's because it is a 59 card deck. I know the agenda density is lower, but the change when you draw every agenda from a 59 card deck versus a 49 card deck, the chance of you drawing an agenda next is impacted less. Yeah, big deal would actually be reasonable. We draw for an ice. I mean, okay. I guess this gets inside job, which is a bummer. And then next turn we'll install advance. The best strat with Nuvem is to admire the cool art while getting destroyed. I like this art a lot. That's nice colors. There's little stormtroopers. Go see some people. Aspire. I really should buy a stronger deck. Oh, you put on pressure. I wanted the stats for 3 GFI, 3 Vanity. Oh, like the numbers crunching stats? I don't have it on this computer. I need to move it over, but I don't have it on the streaming computer. So I can't check it up. I need to move it over. Wait, maybe I do have it. I don't think I copied my code to this computer. I'm checking in the background. No, I don't. I have to move that over. Probably pretty good. Now, unfortunately, they're on 1 credit, 0 credits. So now we do install advance. No matter what happens, the SDS goes through. We can also slow roll it. Nah. Nuvem has fired, what, twice? Hey, Andrea, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. You can also check 1 government takeover, 3 Vanity. Got to get a shared network drive. Hedonism, it's something I probably should have done by now, but I don't know how to set it up. Like, it confuses me. I worry about security, but I spend so much time moving stuff from the old computer to the new computer with a portable hard drive, and it feels like such a waste of time. The issue is that I have a wire running from my router all the way here, and only one of the computers can be plugged in because there's only 1 wire. So the other one would have to be on Wi-Fi, which is not that bad. But I'm at the point that I haven't turned on the old computer for at least a week. But yeah, it's annoying that I have to do that. Runner on 0 credits with no board state couldn't be me. The thing is, like, Estebrado Hermes, like, you can just lose out of nowhere. This is such a typical Mercury game. I don't think so. I think the thing that Mercury could have done here is opened with Hermes, and if opened with Hermes, we'd be in a bad spot. Like, Mandy didn't want to steal the SDS and kept the Amakua, but for what it's worth, the Amakua is just not going to do anything on this game. I don't think. Like, we are Glacier, so I think they should have traded the Amakua as soon as possible and got closer to like the threat text on Debrado. Especially now because they're going to lose the Amakua. Like, if you steal the SDS and you don't deal with it, you're going to lose your SDS. Right? Like, it's either I trash it or you trash it. You might as well trash it. Oh, there's a Hermes on the table. I did not realize that. That's fine. Corporate hospitality? Yeah, okay. So now Amaku would do something, but I did not see that. I didn't see that come down last click. I probably actually wouldn't have scored out. Gigabit switches are not super expensive. That's like a box entropy, like a routing box. There's not a lot of agendas in there. They get a C2 and they have Hermes, so this can come apart. Okay, we survived that. That's all we need to do. I missed your message, Joe. Is anybody in Clot nowadays? No, nobody is. Literally no one. I think Bridgman is. Bridgman's the only player on Clot. Okay, I think they drew into Jailbreak. Oh, they drew into Pretty Mary. That tracks too. All right, Hedge Fund for 6 credits. It clears the next card off the top of the deck, which they knew, mind you. Oh, we can trash that. Barrows goes on R&D, so we're still working to Subliminal to Inside Job because you see a lot of cards. So we'll put this in Server 2 and chill. We don't have that much money. Hey, Milanomi, Switch is like a router, but a lot less complicated. Usually with no configuration, it has more network ports. Would I put that on this end? And that will take the back of, like, I can get my cable here, put the cable into a switch, and then that into 2 computers? Because that would be sick. I just assumed that I would lose some amount of power to it. Okay, we've done 2 punitive. Might as well. Force connection. Yeah, I don't need that. We can do double advance. We can also do triple advance. We don't have a better last click. So I'll triple advanced. Here we lose to Inside Job. Run any central server. Well, half of them. Oh, wow. Okay. you're serious about it getting set up, it's pretty easy. You can buy an off-the-shelf thing like a TerraMaster or another brand and just a nice big regular hard drive you can plug into your router. Huh. The thing is, I'm at the point where I don't need both computers attached in. Yeah, this is what we lose to. So we could decide to res the Pharos, which is expensive. But they see 3 cards and they find an agenda, we bounce Hermes back. Like, this is, I'm so frustrated with this game plan because it doesn't seem like there's good ways to deal with it. It's just like hope R&D holds, he says, not drawing a second ice. I will res the Pharos so we haven't resed Pharos. Otherwise, you can bounce the Pharos. Just hope. They can't steal the SDSs, but we know where all of them are. Fine. Time to worry about the sports deck that goes from 0 points, 0 cards, install 25 cards, scoring 7 in 1 turn. Yep. If they steal a 3-pointer, you win? Maybe if they have class act. That's true, though. Yeah, we do have 2 punitive, and they don't have that much money. We don't have that much money either, though. Okay, we got to res this. If they ran archives, we actually would have been slightly upset. Actually, no, we could have let the archives run through and won. Let's not take that risk. But we could have won if they ran archives, because we can bring back a subliminal or a hedge fund and they steal the basalt. Yeah, we probably should have let that go. Yeah, it's likely we could have run, unless they last click install class act, which would have been pretty cool. We definitely shouldn't have res there. We're further away from our win condition, which is punitive. Okay, tree line bounce. That's fine. We'll just put an ice on R&D and we'll hold. Ideally, they don't run this turn, so we get back subliminal, and then we just do install advance. And they need to find another program. And then if they steal this, maybe we win. Yeah, we definitely shouldn't have resed. The 2 computers can even talk to each other directly over the switch instead of having to go to the router. Oh, that's cool. Oh, they had steel skin. Okay, never mind. I'm glad we didn't do it. They have steel skin, which means this list is probably on 2 Banhars. I've played this deck. I forget who played this deck. This is off 15-15's deck. Yeah, so it's on 2 Banhar, 3 skill skin, 1 flip switch, 2 Pretty Mary. I don't know what the rest of the influence is, but it's on like 2 Coupulations, 2 Turtles. It does not play Estebrado. So if they have to Banhar through the remote server, that's fine. Hey, JNet does this wrong. JNet does this really wrong. Why is it giving us subliminal messaging after we mandatory draw? We shouldn't be able to see the top deck before we pull subliminal back. How long has it been doing that? That's like strictly wrong. Now, it doesn't seem egregious because you almost always will pull subliminal back, but like, why is it doing that? Very weird. So if we res both of these, it's 12 credits because we have to install it. There are a lot of weird sequencing issues on JNet. I don't think I've noticed that many, though. That one's very strange. It'll force you to Lacosta before any other started turns. It'll force you to? That's kind of rude. So we get Corporate Hospitality to go up to a lot of cards. We could add the Basalt back to hand. Is it add 2 cards? Oh, draw 2 cards, add 1. So we draw 3 cards. Yeah, Lacosta is so that with Charlotte, you can do it in the right order. But oh yeah, so it always goes before start a turn, yeah. What do we do here? We probably just, we've already used Nuvem, so we don't have a huge reason to Corporate Hospitality. That seems kind of awkward. Like, do we just do nothing and just get credits? I think we do nothing. We Corporate Hospitality next turn and jam the agenda and archives. Weirdly, if you have Charlotte, it'll let you sequence it. Otherwise, without, have to Lacosta before you Rashida or whatever. Huh. That one's kind of niche, that it actually would end up mattering. Here, it matters a lot. Well, no. You'll always take subliminal back, I'm pretty sure. Brennan, it's in the air fryer. This deck is on 1 Iru as well, so we do have to ice up archives. Yeah, there it is. Cool. So we could have got another ice there. If this hits agendas, they can't steal. Oh, they can steal basalt, so punitive happens a lot of the time here. Shit. So now they're going to see 3 cards. They also have a tag. We have 1 end of line. Yeah, I forgot the last influence. It's 1 Iru. 4 cards? Nothing. So now we don't want to use Nuvem because Nuvem breaks R&D lock. Why has it got to be like that? We definitely want economy here. Thanks for the heads up. Like, do we corporate hospitality to draw 3 cards? Chip or virtual? Why is this highlighted? Can we NSIGs this just to gain a credit? IA SDS, yeah, I think that's a play. They don't have a lot of money. We can't res both the ice, but if they steal it, they're probably cooked. But it's only a probably. You can just play for credit. Great. Yeah, they also need a program, so we're probably good. Traces its own change in game state. I mean, I believe you, but I find that a hard pill to swallow sometimes. I don't think NSEGs can see what a trace will potentially do. Okay, the problem is like the transition through NSIGs. I can't tell where we are because obviously, and like there's a chance that when elevation comes out, NSIGs will be goofed up. Oh, they're playing Steel Skin. That's the second copy. So again, 2 banners, 3/6, Eros 7/8/9, 2 Marys 10/11. So they're only on 2 Steel Skins. Falsified, they're guessing agenda, so they know it's an SDS drone deployment. So now they need to get down a program and run it. And if they do that, they're in a bad spot because they'll likely flatline. We can take 1 card out of their hand, which means we just have to line double punitive. So we wouldn't res the ice. We'd rather have the money because paying 4 for a single net damage does not make sense. We could consider paying 7 for the Pharaohs, which would take 3 cards out of their hand, but then they could flip switch. But then if they flip switch, they still lose. Oh, they clear the tag. They also could have flip switched the tag. We're at the point where you can always play an event no matter the N6, as long as you can pay its cost. Okay, that's an easy thing to remember. As long as you can play the event, it's fine. All right. They could inside job centrals and hope to get a bounce, but they know the next 3 cards in R&D are safe. They can run HQ. Can't break through the Afshar. Yeah, they're just in a bad spot here. They definitely need to steal the SDS. Yeah, exactly. Should have stolen when I had the chance. Because either they steal or we steal it, no matter what a turtle goes. Hold on. Wait a second. This is a good play. Oh, no, they can't steal it. Never mind. Don't even need to be able to favor additional cost type. Yeah. I just want to touch it one more time. GG. Like, there's a chance that goes poorly for us, right? Like, if maybe Eero sees a couple cards, the issue's like money. Now the money is good, but punitive was real. Yeah, 3 SDS it touches. The blank agenda for us. We got all of the drones. Good game. Thanks, you too. Welcome back, eh? That Nuvem felt mid. And I mean that with all respect to Koga. And I want to say, if I don't enjoy a deck, it has nothing to do with the person posting it or playing it. Like, clearly they're having fun and doing well. For me, it's harder. Hey, cheers. I'll do it one more time. I feel like how many times did our ability fire? Nuvem. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5. 5 times. And that's 10 credits. Like, that seems like a lot of money. It did trash 2 agendas, which sometimes was actually right. We could have not res on archives and got a flatline sooner, but I don't know. I think archives to bounce it would have helped. Yes. Yeah. In theory, they didn't know, but inside jobbing archives would have worked to get the bounce. That was the last line they could have done, which unfortunately they didn't have the inside job. That wasn't a line because they already put Ben-Hur somewhere. Nope. So Kuno has been writing these great articles on the Spike Inclined, what's it called? Blog. And it was shared around my testing group. An article I think went up like a couple months ago. It's not even particularly new. And it was talking about deck sizes. I have to show you it after. But there's part of it that like made me really focus on like, wait, why do I have such a bad time playing Nuvem? And it's when you're playing big decks. And the idea is the smaller your deck is, the more obvious your self-balancing draw is, right? So say that you have a 12 card deck with 2 agendas in it, right? That's the same density as a bigger deck. But if I draw the agenda or I draw a non-agenda card, it has a bigger impact on what you're going to be drawing for in the future. So it's easier to, recover from that. Oh, this is going to be a hard matchup, maybe. I like this hand. I'd love to drop like an agenda. The idea is that the bigger your deck is, every time you draw an agenda, it has a smaller impact on the chance of you drawing an agenda on the next card. Just because the numbers are bigger, it's harder to have that one agenda draw being more self-correcting. The idea is that if you start with 2 cards in hand with in a 44 card deck, you're playing PD, sorry, 2 agendas in hand, the chance of you drawing a third agenda is significantly decreases faster than when you're playing Nuvem and you're playing a 59 card deck and you have 2 agendas in hand. The chance of you drawing a third agenda is actually not as impacted as if you play a smaller deck. And it's something I know that whenever I play a Nuvem deck 54 or 59, I flood up so bad. And that's one of the big reasons, is that like the bigger your deck is, the less self-correcting the draw is. It's pretty neat. Hey, best of luck, have fun. All right, we're playing 46 card, 419. We can glacier this out. It'll be a bit of a grind. Logjam we don't want to res anytime soon on the basis that it's pretty low strength pretty quickly. So I don't know what to do here. Hammer on HQ is actually relatively good, especially because Amakua will show up sooner than later. So if that's the case, we can just put this on R&D, put this on HQ, click for a credit. We want to be triple installing as much as possible. We actually could ice up archives as well, but I think we want the logjam maybe for the remote server. We just need to make sure Amakua doesn't go through. We'll click for credit so we can res one of these maybe. Career fair for casts. Okay. Generally you want to do that later on the turn, but maybe that means they're worried about face checking, but this is where you hit an anvil or you hit a hammer. So you want to be installing your resources later on your turn usually. There's a turtle. Run into the hammer. We just blow the board up so bad. Last click, run HQ. Okay, we're drawing up. Okay. Install Advanced SDS is like a bad trade for everyone. We haven't fired Nuvem once. I think we can draw once. Okay, that's a bit better for HQ. We want to get something on archives, but I want to double install. This hand is hard to double install. So we could do Rashida and their remote server Afshar, go down to 5 credits, protecting it. I don't think we don't protect it. I think we just res it. Oh no, because of Amakua. Hold on, this is not the play. Do we discard a card here? We won't afford the logjam on archives, but we could do logjam on archives, click for credit and be nowhere. I really don't like that. I think we should double install then. But I don't want to go down to less than 6 so we can res the hammer. This is really ugly. We really need to draw the load bearing regolith here. So we're paying 1 just for not the Amakua. I hate that turn. That was a bad turn. We shouldn't have drawn. I don't know what draw gets us out of there. Maybe a subliminal will be good. But on 6 credits, we can't res all this stuff. The logjam is incredibly expensive. It will at least be 1 strength. Class act. Okay, they're not interacting. Face up cards, huh? Okay, very cool, very cool, very cool. So I think we armed asset protection after the Rashida fires. So we can do install, pay for credit, click for credit. We can't just pre-res this so they don't, like, I don't care. I'd rather them not gain 5 credits and expose this. If that was the case, we could have like not paid for this, but Amakua being on a counter. Imagine that was a hedge. Yeah, I know, but imagine you play a 59 card deck. So this one we can't res because we need to have the hammer threat because the hammer threat just wins the game. So we're going to let this through, let alone we need to protect Rashida. SDSs can be stole at a real cost, but Amakua getting up to strength 1 really matters for this remote server because it could be a border control. So there's a chance we just don't res this. I feel like making this push while we have 18 ice on centrals, credits of ice on centrals. If they trash something, that'd be pretty good for us because not only do they not get Amakua, armed becomes better. So no matter what, Rashida gets trashed, right? We can't res this. It's the same card, so still 3 credits on an Amakua counter. They're running this last click. So we can decide to res the Afshar, which they break for 2, trash Rashida. I think we just let the armed go through. And they don't get an Amakua counter. All right, they know we're on punitive. That is an important subtext to this bout. We'll draw once. Armed. Trash to Hordem. That's a really good ice into the matchup, but hey, at least we have 11 credits, and next turn we'll do double install. This also turns on logjam slightly so that this does come in with 3 counters, which that's fine. They might be on mining accident. We've seen no influence so far, so we want to keep our money up. Bed publicity might not scale well. Oh, oops, we win. This is just fucked up. Resource or hardware. I'll give her the daily cast. Class act is still important, but 2 credits is 2 credit. We'll trash the Amakua and they have a tag. Border control. This card is just so... Wait a second. Whoa! I haven't seen this hit the table. Install cost of each piece of ice that's not on the innermost cost +1. So 419 getting some pressure there for sure. And our deck has a lot of ice left in it. Earthrise coming down. They cleared the tag, which is good. But this now is going to cost us a bit of money. We can let the expose go through, which is good. I think there's a chance here we just like click for 3 credits. This is each. This is whenever, not the first time. That's pretty annoying. Holy shit, my kingdom for a regolith. My kingdom for a regolith. What do we do here? We no longer have to res everything. A duded one R&D would be really annoying, but also does cost us like 9 credits functionally. Border control, like they can just diversion us through this. I think we have to respect that. Look at our Nuvem go. We fired it once. Ah. Maybe install advanced drone deployment is fine, but I doubt it. I don't think we can go to 0 scoring a 5-3 that does nothing. Just tutor with Mav. That's the thing that I don't get is like the consistency of Ob seems so much more powerful than gaining like maybe some credits sometimes. All right, we still can't res that. We'd love to. This border control is probably an overextension. Are you serious? That's a 1 of in 46. Nuvem's the best. You don't need to play Op. You just draw the regolith. How has corporate been with Nuvem? I haven't played it yet. I've had too many cards in hand because we're holding 5-3s and punitives that like it feels like I'm just doing too much. All right. Bit of a tempo swing back, which is nice. We got a res dice. We can now res the logjam. Oh, they're boomeranging it. Okay, well. Worth. Now we're both poor, and now we can bring it back with corporate hospitality. Do we make money on expending? Oh, we actually make money expending Descents. Let's expend a Descent. That seems fun. It fires Nuvem. So we'll shuffle back an SDS. Trojan Horse. Don't need it. Oh, we drew an Isaac. What a terrible trade. What an awful trade. I don't know. Will I res this guy? No? I mean, maybe make 1 credit with 1 click. Yeah, so it's like better than clicking for credit. They exposed Asset. Okay, so that's 1 falsified out. 2nd falsified. They didn't wait for us to res. I don't think we would have. Career Fray down, another class act. Okay. More like ass. Get him. Yeah, this is just not worth resing. Holy crap, look at the speed. We want a subliminal so bad. We have 3 and 42, but our deck is not consistent. But they're definitely not running every single turn. Okay, that's sick. Angelique, fine. We won't install a turn. We'll just get credits, mind you. They installed Hijack Router as well. So they have to run the logjam on archives, which you can't afford, but we'll be able to push a 5-3 eventually. All our agendas is 9 and 40. So 1 and 4 on R&D, as much as like 3 of them are self-protecting. Unfortunately, again, we do trash our cards face down, so we only have ice operation asset. We don't get upgrade. So still, it's a good logjam. 2nd network exchange. These cards are so expensive for both sides. I get it. Oof. Last week I didn't know Hijack Router existed. Now I see it everywhere. What happened? I haven't seen it in a lot of places. It's good asset tech, right? Like you get this down, NEH like really is upset. I've played it before, especially in As where it's hardware. I played it in 419 as well. Like clearly they're just playing every card that says Econ Denial in it. New remote. No. And then I think we'll install an ice because it costs us 2. So let's just do a good old Dudedois. Yeah, we'll afford that. I've never played against these. If you go too slow, they are really annoying. Like we've lost 3 credits. They've admittedly spent 2 clicks and 4 credits though. So I'm not sure who it's favoring. They play 2 falsified. If they falsified our Spin Doctor, I think we're happy, especially without an Amakua on the table. We're going to need a better ice here though. Yeah, this card rotates soon. It's cool. It was never meta. It's never like, I don't even know if it's been in a deck that's like won a big event, notably, but it's the sort of card that you should consider every once in a while. Mostly for the top text. The bottom text people forget exists too, which is like a hard thing to play around. Spin Doctor. Okay, we have a subliminal, which is fine. I don't know if we Spin Doctor back. I think we're okay with them trashing for 2, because if we Spin Doctor these cards back, we can't get them with our, like, we're more consistent at drawing our sports party. Good. So now Subliminal's 3 cards a turn if they don't run. They can't really run. City Works. I forgot that's in the deck. Trash a Basalt Spire. Oh, I hate you, Nuvem. You're the worst, Nuvem. Install for 3. We won't pay for the protection. So if we install on top of the Holloman, we can, in theory, like, score out. I'm just going to push this on top of server 1 and just say, like, hey, we can score this out next turn if we really want to. You have to get a breaker down. It's also really cool that you can install the City Works and, like, in theory, Holloman it just to make it harder to steal. We're on Punitive. They're aware of it. They've seen 1 Punitive. And Basalt and Archives means that we can always grab back a second Punitive if it hits the bin, let alone a 6-credit hedge fund. All right, they're on 11 credits. No breakers so far. We've seen no boomerangs. We've seen Amakua. We trashed an Amakua. We're only on 10 credits, which means we can functionally res 1 ice. Nuvem has fired twice, maybe? We saw 1 boomerang? Did we? Justin, how's it going? Did we see a boomerang? What was boomeranged? Oh, the after on the remote server. Yeah, so true, so true. It was run, then boomerang, then shuffle back. Yeah, very good call. Earthrise for 4. Okay. So again, if we want to score this SDS, it doesn't do anything. But it's 6, 7, 8 credits, which I don't think we want to do that. That's no worries. Internet's acting up. Try the networking exchange. Good to see you. Hey, yeah, you too. I would love a click for 3 credit button by getting back the subliminal. Alarm clock. Fine. Crash and half share. Fine. I don't think we do much here. I think we just do credit. Yeah, they're the one with the high check rudder. That was a better comeback. Excuse me. We could haul him in once. It drops us to 9 credits. We have to res the border control, which is 5 credits, and we can't res those. So I think we just click. If they alarm clock, it's totally fine. We can res the border control, and then they can't eat the hammer. We're going to be on 12. Yeah. So border control, mind you, alarm clock eats the outermost. It's not their choice. So if they don't want to give us 2 credits, they can spend 2 clicks. Doesn't seem like a great trade. I think giving 2 clicks is not worth 2 credits, but they are an econ denial deck, so maybe they know something I don't. But I'm pretty sure you would save 2 credits or 2. Maybe not. How do we score out? We have no money. What are we meant to do here besides click for 3? Nuvem doesn't fire. Oh my God. I'm so frustrated. It's happening. Okay, hold on. Pull up. Breathe. I think things are going okay. So we haul them into SDS. It's 8 credits to score out an agenda that doesn't do nothing. I mean, this is the speed the game is going at. We didn't get back our subliminal, our power card, because they did do the good old alarm clock. Maybe giving us 2 credits was actually, I say that, and then I'm frustrated I didn't have 2 credits. Maybe 2 clicks was fine. Maybe this game is going that slow. We're waiting for them to install a program before we like flip this. Oh, that's good. Oh, it's a logjam though. It's perfect. It has 3 subroutines. Oh, we prepared for this. It has 4 strength and it has subroutines that matter. So the boomerang gets stranded. Nailed it. They ran though. Feels bad. I was thinking about our game and Maker's Eye is straight up 5 to 7 credits more expensive than Trick Shot and it's a higher floor and doesn't really have a free second run. Yeah, no, it's not as good. That's for sure. It's definitely not a replacement. I think Overclock does a lot with what you want with the deck, which is just like make sure that we're running cheaply. What a game of Netrunner. The day you play Nuvem and experience no tilt, you have now reached peak serenity. Spratella, I think there's a day that can happen, but I think I'm gonna need a Nuvem deck that like sings to me. Manually advance? I don't really want to. Yeah, we probably should do like, Ideally, we get the subliminal back, we advance and then push. Like advance, we do a small advance. Oh, now we just send it. Whatever, dog. I feel so mean to be waiting for that to happen. Also now Archives is rezzed, which is really good. 7 credits is enough to res one of these ice. We're gonna have to discard a card. We'll get rid of the Economic Warfare and probably Rashida. I'll build you a Nuvem deck after I have Elevation. Brennan, I'll call you on that for sure. Oh, cool. We keep a Central Ice. So I'll throw out the Economic Warfare and a Rashida. 90% agenda, 10% assets, 0% operations. The deck is like a lot of operations too. It's like only 19 operations actually. That's not that much. That's like a lot, but it's not a lot. Do you know what I mean? So they've lost 2 breakers. Boomerang on the remote server. They're dealing with the Holoman. That's fine. Nuvem just needs more expendable agendas. I would love more expendable cards. I just don't think we're going to see them for years. For like a bunch of reasons. You can punitive them if they run archives. It's up to them though. They can't steal the SDS and we don't have a lot of money. So sort of, but not really. They made a successful run. That was the best thing they could have done. No. Go. Nuvem is kind of the new Build a Better World. It's more interesting, but it feels of a similar power level, which is not a compliment. What's weird is Building a Better World is consistent. Nuvem, it doesn't even feel consistent. It like trades the consistency of a 49 card deck where you just play good transactions. And then instead it's 59 cards and maybe something good happens for you sometimes. And then you end up with 6 agendas in the bin that you threw out yourself. No chips, no virtuals. We're doing the ScapeNet check. No successful run. That's going to be rate limiting as well. All right. Hedge fund, dead. Okay. Score another SDS is probably the play. We're much ahead on credits. So we expose that cost 2. Playing the second subliminal doesn't do it for a lot of reasons. So we'll put that in server 1. This actually could trash a turning wheel. I don't know if they have the influence for that. Mind you, none of this gets triggered. I don't know what we're keeping ScapeNet for. It's at least costs us -1 credit sometimes. I don't know. Best part of this matchup, City Works also gets 1 around the 419 tax. Yeah, it does. And we actually could consider pushing it. It's just the SDS seems a bit safer. Next turn we have to double advance it. Ideally, we actually could have kept a subliminal. We would love to draw into 1 copy of Descent. Ooh, Amaku is back. Can't score at turn 1 with Nuvem. I think Nuvem is better for new players. Getting to know the top of R&D pretty much every turn is really great on top of added economy. I think Nuvem is worse because a lot of players won't do it and they have to build a 59 card deck and they don't have a collection. Like at least Building a Better World is just like play every transaction. Your deck will be okay. I don't know. Oh, they can run HQ. That's scary. Or is it? We lose in 1 turn. We're so going to lose in 1 turn. How do we not lose in 1 turn? Holy crap. How do we not lose in a single turn? Just 1 legwork? Yeah. I thought this might be the Isaac turn. Oh my god, yeah, we should have Isaac the boarding control. You're 100% right. I forgot it was there. I totally forgot this was a card. We definitely should have rezzed it. 100% we should have rezzed it. Too bad. We'll do it next turn. They don't have a lot of money. Well, actually, they'll have 4 credits. They can't run Hammer twice that easily. Oh no, it's cost 4 credits. So maybe, yeah. I did forget. I think the Isaac Res would have been a really good turn, but you think I remembered it was there? We installed that. It's literally turn 17. It moves at the end of turn? No, it moves. Shut up. I could have done it. I thought this was a Holoman. Should have rezzed it. Oh, fuck. That's fine. I've never played with Isaac. We could have rezzed it now. Because it's when your turn ends, you may move it. And when it moves, it places an advancement. Yeah, I thought it would start turn 2. Me too. That's why we didn't move it. Do we want another subliminal messaging? Yes. Punitive. Okay, at least we can get that back. I think we trash the Amakua. And then we destroy the subliminal. We'll keep the descent. We'll throw out the Pharaohs. What a game of Netrunner 2 players can play. So now we don't need to move the Isaac. Remember, Isaac, it doesn't matter on this turn. They don't have the breaker anymore. The latest Zach? Kyle, sorry. Yeah, it doesn't matter because we have... Okay, now it matters. But they can't break the Sadudawa that we have to res. When Sadudawa encounters, place one advancement on another ice. Okay. And then we do double end the run. So now we'll slide Zach to make the Kurapira pay a couple more credits because they can still run HQ here. We could still lose. Making this cost 2 more is actually kind of reasonable. Let's see if they run HQ last click. We don't have the punitive money. And they have cards in hand. Not letting Isaac play, you could call it a binding. Okay. I think we had a Binding of Isaac joke stream name at some point. Asa Widesec. Slide is install. This is such a grind. And the problem is we don't have any hostiles. Like we have to score at another 3-pointer. Like imagine that world. They did make a successful run, so we don't get any subliminals back. They can border control this. Sorry, boomerang this. Will we descent? I think we will descent. So we can shuffle 2 cards back in. I think we'll do Basalt SDS. I don't care. Top card is pivot. So if we slide sick, we can still do logjam. Mixed bag. You win at some point when they don't have money? Yes. They need to like overextend. The problem is like we have to score 5 threes into a world of well, that's a lot of money. You sure you want to do that? That flips up all the cards face up too. Like there's a lot of reasons why that's maybe a bit frightening. Maybe they thought we were really, really flooded there. Ooh. Ooh, wait, straight buy advance? No shot they have money for this. Wait, where did our money go? Oh, fuck, it was the router. No, Isaac cost us the router. We had the router happen there. If we didn't have move over silly Isaac, we would have been able to res this logjam. They might not have made that play, but like, okay. I don't think they have any other ways to deal with Afshar besides board control at this point. So they have Mistbones. We lose our second Holloman. That's fine. We play him in Mad Op, he's Isaac. Coupulation, no, that's cool. Punitive's a bit scared. They shouldn't cup this. They should just Mistbones it. 6 credits. We also don't have a lot of money. They have been running, so I don't know what server they run. This has to be boomeranged. Distract the masses? That's still in standard? Holy crap. Credit. Like, just do nothing. Oh, triple credit, excuse me. Move Isaac? Yeah, dog. Bigger a doodidwa. Oh, it doesn't do what I think it does. Oh, we should have moved it here. Wait, Isaac doesn't do what I think it does. Shit. Running out of deck somehow? Yeah, 15 cards and 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 agendas in 15. Now, if it's a Basalt Spire, we have double punitive. They have a coupulation though, so they might send it. Oh, they just Ashened. Fantastic. Infinite economy. That was very expensive. They lost 2 dupes and a boomerang though. So their breakers are back. I guess we have to just top deck and rip it. I don't think we can Nuvem anymore. I think we do install advance. Go. Moving the wrong server. Why, Zach? Oh, this is cool. We, in theory, could have actually cracked this so they don't get the charge. But what are they going to do here? Break it with money? Okay. So they got a Kurapira for free for 2 credits. So now we need to end the run here so they don't get a Kurapira charge to deal with the logjam for free. Because Kurapira is not when you pass, it's when you fully break. So we can't wait for them to break in before they pass border control. They need to get in here and still have 4 cards at a minimum in hand. And that means they have to figure out how to deal with the Afshar, which is usually a card from hand. But this is looking like a barrier, so they wanted the Kurapira charge. 1 click left. They have to hit R&D here. They have to find a boomerang. They either run HQ and get a 1 and 5, or they run R&D. They're running archives. Okay. Assuming that there's an agenda in here. There's not, yeah. Running HQ and seeing 1 could work. Running R&D with a boomerang could work. They steal a Holloman. That's game. GG. What a grind. Thanks for the game. These network exchange, I can't tell which player they were worse for. If they weren't there, I might have put more ice on the table. But they really slowed us down. This Isaac honestly was bad for us. It was actively not good for what we wanted to do. And again, here at the deck, 1, 2, 3, 4, there is still somehow 5 agendas and 12 cards. Sorry, 4 agendas. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we're only on 8 agendas. Okay, so it's a bit less dire. Put him down a snare and he's lies. I don't know. I don't think Nuvem is for me. I think I've learned that that was like, it's not for me, that's for sure. I don't know what I'm missing. I feel so hard just to build a board state in which your ability fires consistently and feels okay. I'm going to give up for a bit. Yeah. When he's actively sabotaging you on the runner's behalf, Spy Zach. Thanks so much for hanging out, y'all. We'll be back on Thursday with a stream. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some nice guests joining us. So it'll be an in-person paper play, which is good fun. It's been a while. I want to give a huge thank you to all these names here and more that help support the Métropole Grid. We've been really quite busy doing a lot of... Is this loading? Hold on. The videos have been... Why does that happen? That shouldn't happen. But thanks to all these names and more, we have a bunch of daily cast patrons that help support the channel. A whole bunch of time goes into this channel, whether it's the video editing, the stuff behind the stream, all the live streaming. We've been quite busy around here. Spoiler season is starting relatively soon. Do we have spoilers? Who knows? I think April is where that's going to start. So obviously don't go anywhere for that. If you want to support the channel, you can always find a link to the Patreon in the description below. Any amount of support really does help a heck of a lot. If you also want to take a second to leave a like on the video, that is really also another very easy thing you can do. We've been putting out content on our sister channel here, the Crash Space. We'll have a link to that in the description. We've been doing other stuff that's not Netrunner. If that's your thing or not, I get it. If you want to drop by, it's been a lot of fun. But otherwise, we'll be back on Thursday. The Sunday is the ESL. We have a district championship, not this weekend, the next weekend. We'll get the actual ticket buying website up relatively soon. I think that's mostly it. Mostly, who knows? You know, Andre, you know, kind of. That season is coming up. It's pretty exciting. Elevation is just around the corner. It's a cool time for Netrunner. I think that's mostly it. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't know what it would possibly be. Such as forgetting. Hopefully you've been doing well and had a good weekend. Again, we'll be back in just a couple days. I feel like there's something else. It's fine. See you on the next one. Ciao.